I was just thinking about that. But last time I was in a different place because they're selling these flats, so I had to leave because they were coming to check it out. But today,
Mhm.
Okay, okay.
Where were you? In Berlin too? No.
Budapest.
Budapest. It's
Okay.
coming to Berlin soon.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
I-
shall we do a little warm up
Yes.
so we can ground a little bit more?
I'm gonna join from the computer. I'm just waiting for the computer
Okay,
to.
okay. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
And here the neck, the base of the cranium here. Good. And then here the shoulders. Good. You can just put your do this and put them on the eyes and rest there. You don't touch the eyes, but you rest a little bit the cranium there. And let the hands exchange that energy there in the hands and the face. Good. Now we take the fingers, we warm them a little bit, and we pull out this area of the eyebrows gently by firm but firm. Good. Now the nose. And if you need to open the nose, this is the moment. You can take a little. Good. And here. Yeah. So much tension here. And then the ears. And remember to breathe. Good. Here. 3 times. And now we are going to pull the shoulders up towards the ears and do a Joker face. And hold the breath there. Good. And we rotate towards the right if you want, and then towards the left. And then you leave it here and you go back, down, and up, and down. Good. And then we do right, left, right, left. And one last time, right, left. Good. Now we take the hands like this and we curve here the neck, shoulders and elbows to the front, and stretch there, releasing the air. And now we take air and we breathe in, expanding the shoulders towards the back there. And then in the front again, releasing. And then we take air again. And the last time. And up. Good. Excellent. Now we are going to do the belly 3 times. We tense it and we release when I count 3. 1, 2, 3. Tense the belly there. Tense it, tense it, tense it, tense it. This is an area with a lot of tension. Tense it, and release. And breathe. We're going for the second round. 1, 2, 3. Tense it, tense it, tense it, tense it, tense it, and release. And a third time. 1, 2, 3. Tense it, tense it, tense it, tense it. Hold it there, hold it, and release. For women, when the belly area, the abdominal area is released and relaxed, the uterus too, it tends to relax too. And this is important to know, that connection when you're working with a woman. Sorry? Because you're talking too. Why is it weird? It sounds like whoa, 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 whoa. You too? You can hear it, Tomas?
Yeah, because of the double.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Now, yeah, I was connected in the 2. Okay.
Great.
Can you repeat what you said?
You're here. You're here. Okay. Yes.
Can you repeat what you said about
Yes. In the abdominal area, when the abdominal area is contracted, the uterus tends to
contract.
pull up. Yes, pull up like that. And so when you relax, you ask a woman to relax the belly area. If you put the attention also in the uterus will, and that implies the body posture, because it will have an impact in all the base. As when we breathe, you remember we saw that the diaphragm has an impact also in the lower, in the perineum, in all this area, all the muscles down in this lower part of the body. This happens the same now, and it will have an impact on the posture, on their lower back pain, on any of those areas that tend to hold a lot of tension for everyone in general, but for women, you can really make the woman aware. I learned this very long ago. I learned it in anatomy of all of this, but I learned it really physically long ago. Working, I went to see an osteopath for something, and then I had pain in the right foot, and he said it's because your womb is too contracted right now, and the way to decontract the womb is releasing the tension in the abdominal muscles. And so I spent, instead of doing anything for the foot, I spent like 2 months doing this awareness exercise on relaxing the abdominal area, and the pain left. And I was like, this is so interesting. And since then I explore a lot with that, and I was very impressed on pregnant women that are having different kind of trouble with their pregnancy. When I give the breathing techniques, I always put attention on that connection. Okay, just if you happen to work with women, Tomas too. Okay, okay. And we would do a last one here with the gluteus muscles. Let's contract them. So 1, 2, 3, we contract there. The gluteus, the butt. Okay, here we go, and release. And now the legs, last one, we put the whole, both legs in this way. Remember, and bring the toes towards the knees. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and stretch. Stretch there, stretch. Become aware of your legs and the tension that is being created right now. And stretch, stretch, hold that tension, hold it, hold it, hold it, and release. Very good. These exercises are from progressive muscle relaxation, a few of them. And it's one of the most effective techniques to relax. I have found this is the one that I use the most when someone is really, really tense and they don't even manage to start breathing or focusing or anything because they're just, I lay them down, or you can do it sitting down, laying down, and you do, it's a whole course on itself. You spend like few weekends working on how to learn these techniques. That's why I didn't include it as a part, because I said, okay, we will take all the time learning it. But I can send you the script because it's quite simple, really. And this is a doctor called Edmund Jacobson that used this technique, that for 30 years explore the tension of the muscles and relaxation of the muscles, like the real relaxation, physical relaxation, and how that impacts the hormonal system, the nervous system when you do it. And he came up with sequences that are the most efficient that anyone has created till now, really, on sequences of a group muscles that you contract and how that has an impact on all the region, in the glands, in the whole body. So he did a lot of research for 30 years on this and put these sequences together. And they're basically 3 sequences. 4 muscle groups, so you divide the exercise in 4, then 8 muscle groups, and then 16. Just so you know, you have it there somewhere. Because I use this a lot in the introductions. Okay. Okay, so
I'm
yes.
sorry.
No, don't apologize. We're here for that.
You start, but usually how many sessions do you have with a client? I understand it depends on
It depends, but I have, after exploring for many years, of course it depends, but after exploring many years, I found that the sweet spot is the typical coaching spot, that is 12 sessions.
Oh, it's
a lot.
It's 12 sessions.
That's how I do it. And I always sell it as a package, not as isolated sessions, because I work with both ways, and people, when they're going through a process, they will tend to back out in the middle of it. So if they haven't paid the whole thing, they will come up with all sorts of excuses not to continue. And so I have seen how people, when they go through these moments and they don't even ask the question, because this is something they got into it, they paid fully before, so they get, I'm doing this. And it's a completely different mindset to, okay, I pay one. And you know what I observed, that when it was one only session, what would happen was that they used it to turn fires off. Like, if I am going to see my dad, oh, and this triggered me this, and they would come to work in that precise thing, but it was just to calm down their nervous system after something triggered them. It wasn't to do a deep work. And so I was having a lot of people coming, one here, one there, one, I had people, especially in the United States, I worked a lot with them, like twice a month, or but regularly, but the attitude was, okay, I come here to put a Band-Aid or to do this fast fix when I'm not feeling well.
Mhm.
And it wasn't this depth, and I wasn't interested anymore. I felt like, okay, again, she comes with this, we need to do a deeper work now. And for that, I need at least 6 sessions. And so we did the 6 sessions, and then I started seeing it's great 6 sessions, but the double would have taken the person into a whole new level. And so I started exploring, offering that, and people would say, yeah, okay, especially in stress area, you need time because the nervous system, you need to rewire it and your mindset around stress, you know, a lot. And so, yes, yes. So I now don't do less than that. If it's the first round of someone, I always do 1 session, that is the discovery session, let's say, where we see if we are a good match, where I evaluate if I can give that person what they need. Sometimes I can't. It has happened twice where I felt, no, I can't. Where I evaluate if the person has mental issues, they're being followed up, if they have a schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, anything that I can't treat because I'm not an expert on that. So I tell them, either you need to be followed up, either no. It depends. And after that first session, I explain what I see could be our work together in 12 sessions. And then they usually sign up because that discovery session was really good. They got a lot of value and they feel like, I want to go deeper, of course. And they usually do.
How
And
long is
sorry.
the recovery session?
Every
How-
session lasts 1 hour and a half, more or less. More or less, yeah. The average is that. So with some people, I take a little longer, like they stay laying down a little longer. I go deeper in the relaxations, or they need a little bit more talking because my sessions are not based in one only problem they bring. They usually bring one, but it manifests in different ways. And so I go through the life of the person. So the person will say, I come here because I don't have a boyfriend, for example, and we're working on the person knowing what she really wants. And so we start saying, okay, what do you want to have for breakfast? That's the weekend, the week task that you will have is to know what you really want in little things. So she will start exploring life because she's disconnected. For example, I'm giving a very random example, but it's something that happens often in certain group of women today, that they have dedicated themselves a lot to work, and 35-year-old arrives and they don't have a partner. So we start working from this, but then they have a relationship with the boss, for example. And then they bring it that week and say, I have this struggle with my boss, and I know it's related to the masculine. And so we work on that, and then they learn how to work with their boss because it's coaching, what I do in that case. But then this is transferable to the way they start presenting themselves to the world, to lead themselves with men in general. And then it's many layers, and the breath is building up momentum throughout the whole thing. So the breath is present in every session, many different types of breath that I explore with them, and that depending on the moment of the process they are in, I use one breath or the other. Some breath to downregulate, some breath to bring fire. It depends. Yeah, yeah. And prices, I always tell them the price before so they know what they're coming to. And so like that, there is, when we have the conversation, if this is good for you or not, they know already the ranges. It's not like, what? So they know what they're getting into. And that's important because at the beginning, I didn't say the prices and people came, did it, and then they were like, oh, no, I can't do it because of the price. And I would say, yeah, well, okay, get the money and we can talk. Anyway. Yeah, but this pays off a lot. Your life changes, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't worked with anyone that their life is not today really incredible. Like they came with no boyfriend and today they have 2 kids, a house, that like all they wanted, and they are quite fulfilled. And when they're not, they know, okay, I'm ready for a new growth moment. So I don't feel fulfilled, and it's normal because I'm ready for my next creation, and I need to feel that things are not okay, because if not, I don't have the energy to create the next thing. It's not related to healing only, it's related to being ready to create your next step. So anyway, yeah. Okay. So today we're going to, I mean, I don't know if you have any other question or any other things you have explored during the week that you want to share, or
I've been breathing every day,
mhm.
which I mean, thanks a lot, yeah. But I really had to find myself back into this practice, and I've now stopped really smoking for 2 weeks, and I'm fully
That's
energized.
amazing.
And I have this voice in me that feels very disgusted about this substance, which is a new quality. And so, yeah, I've been doing a sequence of optimal breathing, and then the bamboo breathing, and then Nadi Shodhana, and then an active breathing every morning, and then doing my meditation, which is for my focusing, because I tend to be a bit all over the place these days. So I started to see my meditation teacher just to give me a couple of sessions. And this has been very powerful to me.
Wow,
Yeah. So
that's wonderful.
there's some shift going on, and
Yes, I
think
can
that this
see
is,
that. And when we trust the breath like that, it does create that kind of momentum.
Yeah.
Very powerful. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful. ¿Y tú? I mean, do you want to
Well,
share something? Not that you did it.
I haven't been doing
Anything.
the long sequence. I have been doing, like, this week, I did a lot the optimal breathing
Okay.
with the followed by
Flying.
the cyclic. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
It's not like I can't do it like for half an hour. I do it a couple of minutes and that's okay. I
Yeah,
can't.
but that the optimal breathing is for that. It's okay. It's you
Yeah.
can do it for 1 minute, or you can take 5 breaths, or you can, and it does make a shift already.
And something that sticks in my head is like you can do it anywhere. So sometimes I'm just waiting in the, in the streets to
Yes. To
and
cross.
remember, oh, I'm gonna do it. And yeah, I have been.
Yes. It does change something. And the more you do it here and there and there and there, it's even better. When you manage to introduce it here and there and there and there a little bits here and there and here, there. I mean, the long practice time is great, and it produces other effects. But for upgrading the way your system goes through homeostasis and goes back to it every day, if you keep it like that, it's like you're putting money in the bank, energy money in the bank, and you're increasing a little bit every time of your energy. And when you have a hit or a crisis or anything that impacts you, you have that cushion because you have been putting here and here and here. So the impact is different. You have distance, it's different. Or you recover faster, even if it felt really big, let's say, the impact. So go for it, keep doing every day. It's great here and there. Okay, great. So today we're going to dive into the breaths that upregulate the system. That means breathing techniques that turn the arousal system of the body on, but in a very regulated way. Not arousal to stress you out or burn you out, but arousal in a regulated way. So you have the calm of the Model 1 breathing techniques, but with a spark of fire where you feel active and ready for what's coming. Okay. So these breathing techniques also take you out of fogginess, foggy mind, heaviness, depressive tendencies, like low level of energy tendencies. I have used it with clients that have been in very low energy situation, like quite depressed, that have come out of the clinic after treatment, and after 3 months they find themselves with the same kind of depression, and they haven't been regulated. I mean, they're regulated while they're in clinic, but then they come out and they don't manage to keep, the pills are not doing the effect again because their lives takes over, and they go, yeah. And so they come to me usually as the last resource, because they have tried other things and they don't work. And we have managed to take them into a very active state, I would say, and happy state, like making peace with the moments that they won't feel well, with the lows that will come, knowing that it's a process that comes up and down, that life is like that. It's not like, because with the people that are in these states, when you take them out, as soon as they feel a little bit low, they feel, oh, I'm bad again. And they go down, and they can stay because the brain, the chemistry of the brain starts really producing that low and repeating it almost as a belief system. I'm not talking about necessarily organic people that go through this in a different way, where you need, that's why I always accompany this with psychiatrists, or with, I mean, I don't do this work alone when it's a depressive person, never, because I don't know what this person, what levels they will reach on their depression working with me. And so I work always with, it's not that I work with them, but they have help in another side. I don't work with a psychiatrist, but they have the help of someone that is taking care of other levels on the medication, on whatever they're going through. So the work I do using the breath for that is based basically in this yoga system that I showed you, on how the energy moves in the body for them, how they're using their energy, and what their life has been. I use, like, what their life has been means the energy that got blocked in different moments of their lives. And that energy has an impact on the way the brain works, the way the glands work, the way all the systems work in the body. So when I, let me explain it in this way. When you're little and suddenly you have an impact, what we call trauma today, we have an instant where our body contracts and an emotion gets triggered in that moment that is combined with a thought. The thought, and this is key, the thought part is key also. And the thought, it's a thought that will really get integrated in the person's system at a very deep level. So that thought might be, I'm not good enough, I don't deserve love, I don't deserve to be helped. It can be, there are like 5 to 10 phrases that are the most common that come usually to me in this sense. And they all contract the person, make them feel small, make them feel that their stress levels are very high at that moment. In a way, it's not a calming state. It's not a down, low level energy with calm. It's a low level energy with stress. So that means that the person will feel the world is a threat. The person will feel the world is a struggle. And there are layers to this, of course. There is a moment where the person, it's completely apathic. It doesn't even feel much around much. And the breath has the particularity that it has a strong impact on that energy that got contracted. So that energy that got contracted gets moved by the breath. And when this happens, and when the breath moves your hormonal system and kicks into the glands, you start producing happy hormones, let's say, it's almost impossible for the person to resist the impact and the flow of the breath, the movement that the breath creates in the body energetically and physically. It's almost impossible to resist for this any system, done in a certain way, of course. So I combine certain kinds of breathing techniques depending on what the person is needing and the level that the person is needing, the level of movement of energy. And today I'm going to share from the least active, but they're all active, the ones we're going to see today, but the least active that you can use in a very gentle way to the most actives that will have like a, like it was funny because I forgot, I'm here, this is a place where I work, basically, and I forgot to turn the heating on today, last night. And I came this morning and I was like, oh my God, I'm freezing here. And I turned the heating on, but then I said, oh, let me go through all the techniques once. And then I sit, and at the end I was like, oh my God, so hot. And it was nothing. I didn't practice them much, each one of them, but it really creates movement of energy, that it creates heat, it creates power, a sensation of something really moving. So I was laughing about this, saying like, okay, so let's go. So let me share, as usual, my here. Okay, so let me explain a little bit. For me, in society, the way we see low energy is usually very related to healing and to something that needs to be healed, something that needs to be fixed. In my way of working, I do respect that something will change and needs to be changed, needs to move, needs to expand, but I don't see any kind of healing as a problem, any kind of crisis as a problem that the person is bringing that needs to be solved or healed. I always see it as a sign that the person is ready for a new level of awareness and expansion in their lives. And this makes a whole difference as an approach, because when you see that someone needs healing and you see them that like people that need to be healed, you will project in them, first of all, a certain level of pour them. There is a layer there of oh, these people need my help because pour them. They have, I mean, I see this often, especially in my work with minorities. There is a lot of that, pour us, pour me, pour you, pour and there is a lot of contraction of energy with your projection. So when the person arrives and is in any kind of crisis, like I have people come with physical illness, with mental illnesses, with just willing to change their life because they have a life that they're not happy with, they're feeling alone, or there's all sorts of people coming to me. There's not only one profile. Even if they all come because they're burnout at work or stressed at work, they will all bring something a little bit different. And they're all, for them, they're all perceived like big crises. And if they go to a psychologist or they go to a doctor, they will give symptoms, collect the symptoms and say, oh, okay, you have this. They will classify them and they will say, you need this kind of healing protocol. In my case, I respect that. And I think that kind of approach is powerful in itself. But personally, I have seen in my practice that what works the most is to, from the first session, that the person understands that what they're going through is growth, that what they're going through is their system screaming, I need growth. I need to expand into a new level. And there are many things creating the illusion that you can't expand. There is the fear of the brain changing, because the brain will protect you from any kind of change, because the brain assumes whatever she's doing now is keeping her alive. So I don't want her to change, because I don't know if what she will do next will kill her. That's the criteria that the brain uses. So all that resistance created by the brain feels really bad when you think about changing, or when you think about moving forward and you think, I can't, I don't, the brain builds up all this defense mechanism, let's say. So, okay, so my approach is more about seeing these as a process where the person will grow into a next level. Wait a second, I brought this here because we will need it later, but okay. So in the way I work, I want to share with you first a little protocol that I use. That's my protocol. So you see a step by step a little bit how I use it. Jolie, you may not need this because you have your own protocol as a psychologist, but you never know. I will show it and you see. So first of all, I decide if I can help this client. Like when the person comes, I can know, okay, this is a case, this is a person that I can see this person thriving, no matter what the level of energy they bring. I feel there is something that is not mental, an evaluation that I do that is not mental. It's not like a criteria that I use mentally. I just can see this person, connect to them, and feel we're doing this. And that's the first criteria. Sorry, yes, and it's intuitive, yeah. And that's the first criteria I use. And only twice, as I said, I felt I can't help them because I can't see them thriving. There's something awkward here for me. And I didn't think they don't have any hope. I just felt I am not the one for this. And they will find a good match. And I send it to someone else, really, to explore. But I felt that. And it also has to do with the mental health issues, as I explained. When it says schizophrenia, bipolar disorder in high degrees, I tend not to take those people because the breath can produce all kinds of effects that I haven't studied them in a way where I can predict enough if it will trigger what. So it's an exploration that you need to do, okay? So the calming breath of the Model 1 will help anyone, okay? They will help anyone with schizophrenia, with anything, because their breath that will down-regulate, will calm the nervous system down, and they will create a certain level of a bit of harmony, but they won't be enough for certain cases. So,
well, sorry, yeah. What would you tell them when you don't feel like you're a good match?
The 2 times I did it, I didn't even offer the package or anything. I just said, we did the first session, we did it, and I said, you can use this breath, but I strongly, like one person came and he was an alcoholic. And I am not trained in substance abuse, in alcohol. This is a very specific domain. And I did feel I gave him a lot. He was talking to me and suddenly cried saying, wow, I hadn't seen life in this way. This is incredible, the perspective you're giving me, and I want to do this work. And I said, okay, let's do something. I will help you find a support system for your alcohol issues. And once you have that regulated, we see again. And then his work didn't pay for it. And so for him, it was a little bit expensive what I was doing, but I didn't offer anything else. But he felt like, okay, to do this, I would need more money. but I helped him find, and so he sent to me links of people he was planning to work with, and I checked them, and I said, this is the one I would choose if I was in your situation of this that you send. And he started working with them, and then I check in with him like a month later, and I said, how are you feeling? How are you doing? And then he said, I'm feeling really well. This is working with these people. The mindset anchoring work we did together with the breath you told me are really being key for this. And they are really experts on helping me to navigate this. So it was a combination with a psychologist, a specialist in substance abuse, toxic substance, I don't know how they call it, but
Substance use disorders.
yes, but he also sent him to AA meetings, and it was like a whole program this person prepared for him. And so he got the help he needed, and I felt I could have him and just have him have mystical experience here for 3 months, and have him connect to his child, connect to this, connect to that. But I felt this is not what he's needing. When he gets home, he will have the alcohol temptation, and he would not know what to do, and it will be frustrating for him that that's not being solved, because I don't have those tools to tell him how to take care of that alcohol to start with, like get home, put everything in the bin. No, I don't know if that's a good solution, if it's needed in scaling way, or if it's I don't know. So I felt, no, I don't want to do this work, and this is not what I am about. But we did have I felt I helped him. You see, it's not that I left him like that.
Deep, meaningful relationship.
Sorry?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
no,
just
it's
had to
okay.
put something.
Okay, so yes, so that in that sense. So then I check, first of all, once I decide to work, even in the first session, I check if the person needs up regulation more or down regulation, if the person has high levels of stress or has low energy. And depending on that, I usually give a hardcore protocol for either one of those. So if the person is very highly stressed, the person will need to do, I have created audio tracks for relaxation at night before going to bed. I have created audio tracks for many things that downregulate, and I have all the downregulating techniques. So I share with them the optimal breathing, the cyclic sighing breath. I share with them maybe the B breath. It depends, but it's done in a way where it's daily, it's intensive, to downregulate. It's at work, it's here, it's there. They put their clock in their phone to remind them. So we do this kind of first, I say, this is the intensity of their first week. And it's incredible, because a week later they come and they say, I started sleeping better. I started, like they really see results. So they do more anything that I say, because they see it's paying off. The problem is that sometimes it's paying off so well that they stop doing it, thinking, oh, I got this. That's the real problem, not that not that they don't do it in when they're feeling the stress. So yeah.
So here, just a quick question because if you were a coach in this situation, and I just had this yesterday in a supervision, it would be up to the client to decide, okay, how can I integrate this breathing into my session? And me as a coach, I would just be asking the right questions. But from what I'm hearing, you're more of an instructor here, kind of like giving them, hey, this is how you do it if you want to if you want to see it working.
Yes.
And
So I always give a protocol so they take home.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be a protocol, if the person is highly stressed, it will be a protocol that will calm the levels of stress.
Mm-hmm.
If the person is needing energy, I always teach the optimal breathing, always, that's the basic breath. But I also build up on that, and I will give one of the breaths that I will share with you today and next Saturday, because they're intense and we can't do them all in one day. So yes, but what I would do in the case of coaching is that I would have the talking aspect of the session first. That's how I do it, actually. The person talks and talks and talks the first session, and then I just ask questions. That creates a sense of bonding too. I interrupt. I said, oh, wait a minute, and this detail, can you clarify? So the person feels like, oh, okay, there's listening here at another level. And so we bond in that phase. The person starts to feel she came to the right place. And that's a priming effect for when they do the breath, they can really trust the breath in a different level because we have created that bonding before. If they just come and I say, breathe like this, breathe like that, blah, 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 it's like they will do a very physical work. The breath will do its job of down-regulating, but very probably after they won't do it because their problem is isolated with the breath. It's not related. But when you do this first part talking and then say, okay, now let's measure your level. I always present it like this. Let's measure your levels of stress through the breath. The breath can tell a lot on how stressed you are in daily life. In a passive state, you should be having certain amount of breath per minute. Let's check how you are in that sense. And I measure the 1 minute breathing rate, and then I give the optimal breathing.
Sorry,
yeah.
do you have any article or something like that about the number of breaths per minute and
Yes, I have. Actually, I have been asked this a lot lately because depending on the age you have, depending on the activities you do, the rate changes. So the average, I can send you something about that.
Yeah.
And I can add it to the resource page.
I was looking for it, but I find different information. Of course, it depends on your sex, age.
Yes, yes. It will depend
Like
on
you
your
have,
sex,
like,
age, and it will depend if you have any illness.
Conditions, yeah.
Condition, the health condition. It will depend on your mental state. It will depend on many things. But there is a basic should per age, let's say. And of course, if you're pregnant or not, or if you're, you know, like it will vary. If you have your menstruation, that's why I did a whole model for women, because for women have a total different breathing rate depending on the time of the month. And depending on the time of life. Perimenopause is another kind of breath. It's faster. So all this will have to do. But the ideal is that you take it to a lower rate. That's the ideal. And that you take it to the standard lower rate, let's say. Unless 3 or 4 situations, unless pregnancy, unless if you have blood pressure problems, low blood pressure, or in certain situations you say, okay, that's enough. 9 breaths per minute is good. But in other case, you go a little lower, take the person to a little lower. In every one of my sessions, everyone has gone less than 10 after learning the optimal breathing in a very natural way. Some people have gone from 45 breaths per minute to 5 in an exercise that lasts 2 minutes. I mean, the time that to do the 1 minute counting and then learning the optimal breathing and doing it 5 times, or, you know, so it's quite powerful. But yeah, I will send whatever I find that is reliable, because it's interesting, yeah, to know more details depending on all the situations. Yes. Okay. So I don't know if you have any other questions. So once I establish the protocol this person needs, and it's quite simple because you will see the person very agitated, and this energy of stress, like very worried, anxious, stressed, or you will see this person like life, I don't know what to do, I'm lost. You will feel that energy.
I have a quick question, and that is because I struggle a lot with clients in terms of habit building, and essentially this part of how do they actually get going with doing it. So I'm just curious that
Bodybuilding, you said.
habit
Habit building. I understood
Yeah.
bodybuilding, and I was like,
No.
okay, I think we're in the wrong. No.
Yeah, no, yeah. And so, so I'm just curious that in this protocol, like how hardcore do you go? Because you said hardcore protocol, like, are you recommending them, for example, if it's a down regulation, are you recommending them small steps like 5 minutes, 3 times a day, or are you more like,
I do 1 minute to
yeah,
start with, and for me, it's more the times per day
okay,
than the amount.
okay,
So I usually say when you wake up, take a few optimal breaths.
mhm,
So because usually people, when they're stressed, they will be very stressed when they sleep. They have insomnia, they have all of this because their body is completely dysregulated, and during the night they don't have calm. Their body can't enter into a calm state. So they breathe before going to bed, but they also breathe when they wake up because it's so upregulated, their system, that during the night it will kick in again, the stress, their dreams, they're having to organize the information, everything will be, so you wake up, and when they breathe, the optimal breathing, they will feel, oh my God, I was super stressed. They can feel that contrast, and they can feel, wow, I'm starting the day in another level of brainwave now.
mhm,
And so it starts there, and then I introduce in the middle of the morning another check-in, then at lunch another check-in, then in the middle of the afternoon, and then when they get home. And I usually give cues, like when you get home, you can do it at the entrance of your door or in your car when you park. So
okay.
we decide what moments this will happen.
This is
Yeah, we decide this, and we decide, for example, one client came up with a technique where every time he has a meeting that is key during the day, he puts beside the name of the person optimal breathing. And so before entering that session with the person, he will do 5 optimal breaths. So he's down regulating, and it works great for him. Now he has almost the habit to do it like that. And or any other situation during the day where they feel that there is a resistance. Oh, I have to go to the parents' meeting at school. Oh, I don't want to. And then, okay, let me write down, let me do this breath. And it does change. It does, but you need to add it and then the step of doing it. I always start with small amounts because the brain tends to resist the next time of doing it when you have done too long. So if the person, you say do 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, then the next time they're like, oh God, now I don't have 20 minutes. Or now I don't have this time for this. But when it's 1 minute, I always say, you were going to breathe anyway. So just breathe in this way. It's really silly in the case of the breath because it's just doing it. Because the time you were going to breathe anyway. It's just that you're going to now breathe in this way. And in every transition, when they go to the dentist, when they go to this, I do also a lot of talking about about the use of technology and how to give some cues and substitute some cues that they already have an addiction to technology, to social media, and to introduce into that habit that is already there, the new habit. So if you have the habit to take the phone before cooking dinner, you say, before taking the phone, I breathe, or after taking the phone, like creating a habit over a habit you already have.
I will send you an app. Actually, there's an app built in Berlin which makes you take a 1 minute breathing before you open your social media. So the screen
Wonderful.
changes.
Oh my God, I
And you
want
can
to
just,
recommend it. Yeah,
and you
just
can
please
just,
send it.
yeah. And you can just tell your clients, or we can tell our clients that in that 1 minute, do an optimal breathing.
Yes, because it's not just being there not doing anything. It's great to use that minute the maximum you can. And that's the logic clients understand. Another second thing I do with the breath, and this makes a difference in the amount of people doing it more, and is I use the optimal breathing also for the person to set an intention for whatever they are up to next. So I explain how the brain works, how you can talk to your brain and prime it and your mind. And I explain that the breath will help them reach breathing wave, brain wave that will allow them to, whatever they say to their brain, have more impact than if they were stressed and, you know, in another state. And so when they do this breath, I tell them, imagine how great it is that you can go into that meeting, take those 5 breaths and say, I want this meeting to bring great results for everyone involved in it. And you're telling your brain and your intention to look for that in that meeting. So all your system starts working towards that. And it's quite powerful when you do it, because your brain gets used to receiving these kind of orders constantly. And for an executive, for someone that needs to maximize their time and have impact and all of that, and productivity and high performance, when you relate the breath not only to a calming effect, but also to how from there I can leverage and align myself with my goal, remind myself what is it that I wanted to achieve or how I wanted to achieve it. I want to go to this meeting, but enjoy it. I want to go to this meeting, you know, like it brings a quality of life that is completely different, because most of the people that are working with high levels of stress, they're losing in quality of life. They get a lot done, they're very intense, they're tunnel view focused, but they are missing out of sharing it another level. So when you introduce this factor, it opens the brain to other kind of relationships with the people they meet. And so I use it a lot to help them find that kind of quality, not only using the breath to downregulate. Of course, I build up. This is not all in once, but it depends of who comes. I say it in the first session, or I say it in the 3rd or 4th session. It depends on the person. But some people are like very ready, and some people do it themselves. When I give them the idea, I sometimes just lay down the fact that this breath is for downregulation, so their systems can start to restore, so they don't build up stress in such a way that they end up burning out. So let me say something that might be relevant right now. The main difference in between stress and burnout, and this is really key. Stress is a state where the first impression you have is that you lack of time for doing things, and you have a sensation of anxiety because of that. And it will start taking your body to a very aroused level, because you feel that that all the solutions to anything is on your shoulders. Okay, so this is the perception the person has. This is how people live stress, and this is what they will tell you when they come to you, like, oh my God, I can't sleep because I'm thinking all the time, and I have to solve problems all the time. Everything is on my shoulders, and
No tengo tiempo. No tengo tiempo para nada.
Yes, I don't have time. It's the first part of the equation in stress. Burnout is one day you wake up and you say, I don't care. I don't have energy. And this, what I'm doing, doesn't even make any sense anymore for me. And usually in between the first signs of high stress to burnout, many of your systems started collapsing. You started having acidity in the stomach, you started having insomnia. So when people come to you saying, I can't sleep well, I can't, you know, they're headed there. You know, okay, in 6 weeks, this person can be burnt out.
Mhm.
It's around 6 weeks of chronic stress that you need to enter into burnout. So the nervous system collapses and says, I can't continue anymore in this rhythm. So I will turn myself off right now so you can survive. Because if you continue at this rhythm, you will have a heart attack.
6 weeks
6 weeks it takes, yeah.
of
In
like high levels of stress.
chronic stress, yeah, intense chronic stress. So you can have acute stress where you're putting together a presentation, or you're going to participate in something, you know, in a symposium, or you're going to whatever, that it requires focus during a couple of weeks. But if you take that as your way of living, you will start showing first signs of burnout in around 6 weeks. And we don't know it's burnout. We just feel like, oh God, I'm so exhausted, and something is turning off. Something is starting to turn off.
No, can I ask you something about it? Like
Yes.
some information, like I don't know. I don't know if
Materials, you mean, like reading materials? Yes, there is a lot about this. This is like the thing today, because that's the main problem people are having today. Chronic stress and burnout is what is killing companies, is what is causing a ravage in the economy at all levels. So yeah, I can send you
depression.
depression. It's because it's a sort of depression. Burnout,
What
you
is
get
depression
depressed.
in long term? Because
Yes, because you're like, and I have received here like many cases, because I studied in my certification for stress resilience, burnout is included. So I have received many people with burnout, and some people I have need burnout. You don't cure it easy when you're deep into it. You need around 3 months, 6 months to cure really a burnout, and you need some people to send them to clinics for burnout, to spa centers that are specialized in burnout. And when someone comes here and I say, hi, how can I help? That's the first phrase, crying. And then I say, yeah, so what's going on? And then she says, I don't know, my life doesn't have any sense. And so, okay, so in that check-in, I usually feel, okay, I usually know the person is going through a crisis, and I need to ask many questions to know, okay, how are your hormones usually, if you're a woman? Because it could be, you know, it could be many things when the person comes to you. It could be many things why she's crying. So there are many kinds of depression that exist. I put them in this document. We're not going to go deep into them because it's not our point, and I'm not a specialist in depression, but I like to have them there so when the person is sitting here, I can know, okay, she has really dysregulation of her hormonal system. And the first thing I always do is, when the person talks about fatigue, let me put it in an organized way. When the person talks, because the person comes with no energy, I always ask them, did you do a blood test? And they will say no. And I said, okay, it would be great if you do a blood test. And the doctor will say, you're missing in this and missing in that. And it can contribute to getting better, as part of the breathing protocol that you give, to have a protocol of vitamins, whatever the person is missing. Sometimes chronic stress takes a toll, not sometimes, almost always, in your body capacity to retain nutritious elements. And so your body is depleted, deeply depleted. And so the breath will help, but if you want to go fast, I check other things that I don't check myself. I don't ask them to bring the blood test. I just say, go to the doctor, and they come to me and say, yes, I had a deficiency on this. Or yes, actually they discovered my thyroid is not working. And I'm like, oh my God, okay. But if I would have just entered into breathing, 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 it's not as efficient now. And I know if it's thyroid, I take my little values that we saw, and I say, okay, what is the kind of breath that I need for this area? And then I will give that kind of breath. And there are usually two types, the ones that will calm or the ones that will turn, depending on what the person is needing. And you will discover in this process that is, for me, quite intuitive, even if I can put it in a protocol. I don't do it like 1, 2. I just talk to the person and suddenly feel. There was a client that came here like 4 months ago, and she came and told me, hi, Raquel, to give you an example. Hi, Raquel, I have been having a sort of weird pain when I go to pee. But it goes and comes, and I know with breathing this will go. And I'm like, no, wait a minute. And she says, I'm traveling after tomorrow to Colombia, and I can't go to the doctor. My doctor receives with no appointment. So I said, no, tomorrow at 8, you are in this doctor, and you check that. And the person checked, and she had a big infection. And the doctor said, 2 weeks with this infection, you would have died. So big it is right now. I don't know how you're walking. And so she gave her a big treatment. So my intuition told me something is really not right. And this is not about just making her breathe a little bit, you know? So I am to make it in a clear way, I'm always considering the body as a organic system that goes through illnesses, through manifestations of energy that is stuck, but it's already too far, the manifestation in the body. So it needs another kind of help now. It can't be just the breath.
But you always ask her for a blood check or just
not
in case
always, no,
you
not
like-
always. It's exceptional when the person says, I'm too tired constantly. When the person says certain things make me understand, okay, we need to have a physical check-in here, because the body is too far into stress now, is too far into this process. She didn't take care of this before. Okay, let me say it like this. Something in you will say, you're ready for this change. And then you will say, I won't resign my job because I'm scared. And then you stay in that job, and then it's stressful, you don't like it, you're fighting with yourself, you cry every day, you go to your best friend and say, I hate my boss, you go, you come, you do, and you're resisting change. And you know you have to do it, but you don't. And then your stress levels start to getting really bad, and you start to fight every morning to get there. And you don't know what's going on in you. And there's a moment where you're so stressed that you lose completely the level of clarity in your mind. You just don't know where you're headed. You just don't know what's going on. Your world is collapsing because you don't have energy to deal with it, because you're using all your energy to force yourself into something. And at that point, your apana vayu is really going strong, draining you. It's really going fast. And everything you take in is not holding. You're being drained. And then at one point, you will have an infection, have a digestive problem, feel headaches all the time. Your boss, you have a meeting with your boss and you get sick, and you get colds all the time. And then you're like, I don't know what's going on. You go to the doctor, and the doctor diagnoses a cold, and then a little headache, and then a little, but not what's going on really here. And when they come to me and they bring this I immediately know there's something this person is resisting. There's something this person should be doing and she's not. She doesn't have the energy, because the energy that you need to sustain your system is not enough to help you do the change. You need more energy to produce change. So that's what we can do. Use the breath to help them gain energy to produce change.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. This is how we do it. So that's the basic premise. And the majority of the things that the people bring are resistant to whatever next level they are about to go through. They're in panic mode, even if they don't call it panic mode. They will see, their brain is seeing everything that is going wrong. You know, and some of them are so obsessive that it's so hard to take them out of that obsessiveness, you know, of no, but it won't work, but it won't. I had a lady that was for weeks, that it was like the 4th session, and she was still like, this won't work because I went today and in the bank they said no, and then no, this kind, don't do that high rolling, because if you have a client like that, no, Jolie went like, oh my God.
No, there is something like, you know, when you are like in a very negative state, every solution that someone presents you, like you find something to say is not gonna work.
Yes. And you're right, because in that state, nothing will work. You know, so your brain is detecting something real in a way, but so you need to help the person change the perception, and the breath does that. The breath can help you do that, really. So I usually ask the person, and this is eye-opening for anyone, when they're in this kind of states, I ask them, what would be your ideal situation right now? Like if you were not in this situation, what would be the ideal? And usually, no matter the state the person is, the person will say, at least, I would like to feel better and be able to function if she's really low. Or actually, I would like to have a job where I'm respected. Or whatever they bring, it doesn't matter. It's bringing their brain connection to a new level. That now they're not just focused on that, but they're now opening to a new thought. Okay? That when you match it with the breath, that thought creates a wave that it's very powerful for the person. They hook to that, and the breath does the work based on that. Where do we want to go? Okay, so let me see here. Let me see. Okay, yes, check in what moment in life that person is, and meaning there are many aspects of a human life. I work especially with women more, so there is the aspect of where they are in their menstrual cycle, where they are in their life. That means they might want to have a child and haven't admitted to themselves. They might feel lonely in this moment. They might feel so, or they might be entering in perimenopause. Usually people miss that. Women that come and they're 45 years old, they start having signs of perimenopause. They don't know, and they will think they're becoming crazy. Their world is collapsing, and they don't know what's going on. They're having crying attacks. They're having very torturing thoughts about themselves, how good enough they're not, or all of that. And it's hormones that are very entering into a new phase. And so checking where the person is will help you know what can be the intention for them. Okay? Okay, the person, you must know the person is not in a state to evaluate their own situation. So that's why they're coming to you. they will bring the most negative, maybe, attitude. They won't believe, maybe, in what they're doing. It depends. I'm talking about very low states. That is not the regular one. Usually people come and they're in other states, but this can happen, that they come and they don't trust. And it's very essential in the work to project them as already there. No matter what they bring to you, is, for me, has been essential to see them there and to learn to check little details they have achieved that you can magnify for them. So the person, for example, this lady, 4th week, she came. Oh, I'm not managing anything. I went to take a shower today. And I said, oh, and at what time you took that shower? Well, in the morning. Oh, so that's interesting. So you woke up early. Well, yeah, I'm waking up early since a week now, but that doesn't mean anything. Because, no, wait a minute. So you're getting out of bed at what time? I decided to put the clock at 6, and I'm getting up at 6. And at what time did you get up before? Well, at 11 or 12, because I couldn't. Okay. So this is a big shift. That, congratulations. And she's like, really? I didn't think it was that important. It is very important. It is. And so it's magnifying, allowing them to see what's going great, even if it's tiny. They won't even report it to you. Sometimes you need to fish it, you know, and magnify it. Sometimes I use simple things like, oh, you looked great today, or you look this, and it really changes something in them. But you need to project that, because they are not managing to, they're in a place where they can't see that. They're not in the energetic space to see it. And you are in the energetic space to see it. So you can bring their brainwave to your level of brainwave. Okay? And to your level of vision. So, okay. I'm just going through these things because I think they're important. They will be anxious, they will be depressive. I show compassion, but I don't connect with their anxiety and depression. I'm in the sense that I connect, seeing them, oh my God, they have so much energy. When someone is anxious like that, I say, they have an energy, they're ready. That's how I see it. And for them, it's like, it's terrible. And for me, it's like, there's that energy that you are so willing to move forward, that you're like, and it feels heavy. But once it's out and you're creating, it transforms. And the breath will help you. You're not doing this just with the mind and questions. But if you add the breath to your intention, bah. Okay? Okay. In my sessions, I also give a lot of examples and stories, personal stories, stories of other people without naming them. I see that it has a big impact in the subconscious mind to see things as stories. I mean, I don't see it. In studies of subconscious mind, storytelling, it's a big deal. And that's why in advertising everywhere, storytelling is so important, because it really impacts you at another level. So I tell a lot of stories of myself, of people that have gone through the same thing. I tell one story per session at least. And it really helps you bond. They understand you understood them and trust you more. They understand, if the story is about you, they understand you know what you're talking about and you have been there. And it's precious for them to say, oh, I can do it, because look what she does as a job. And she went through something like this, you know, whatever it is. So once you have done all these layers and the person starts breathing, can you see after the person has this story bubbling in her, has this step by step, okay, now my mind feels clear because I'm going to go to the doctor tomorrow to do this test. There's a plan here. I feel safe, there is a plan. That's what the mind is saying now. Okay, let me do this breath that is part of the plan. And now the breath takes another level for them. It's not just come and breathe like this and let's put this little intention. It's like we have built up momentum to get to the breath. Is it clear?
Mhm.
Okay. And the breath will do a massive amount of work. The breath will do the main work, really, if I have to be sincere. Okay.
When you say rarely the person has the capacity to dream her own dream in this phase,
Yes.
so you're not inviting her yet to
It
for them.
depends. It depends if the person you feel that already tells you, I want this,
Mhm.
or you feel the person is telling you negative things and you feel, okay, what she's needing is this then,
Mhm.
you know? What she's needing is this other opposite thing. What she's needing is safety, or what she's needing is to be respect, because the personals are quite monothematic. They will bring you stories that say the same thing. So he saw me, my boss saw me, and he humiliated me asking this question. And then he made me feel really bad in front of everybody saying this. And then, okay, she's lacking respect. She's lacking that, And so, okay, that's her ideal environment is to feel safe and supported and respected.
Mhm.
And we start working on an intention so she can support herself, respect herself, and find the things she's looking for outside in herself.
Mhm. Okay.
And for that, that's where you do the breath with those words, using those elements. So when she's doing any fire breath, even the optimal breath, you introduce, I'm telling you exactly how I do it. This doesn't have to be your protocol. You create yours.
Yeah.
But I'm giving you as a reference, so you can take ideas and use them as you wish, okay? I mean, as you feel, oh, like Raquel told me this once, this might work now, or, your system will alert you about it. So I use a lot. After we have worked together, I know what is the main idea in this situation. I know what the person is actually craving for, needing, where is the next level, really. And it's always an emotional state. It's not a thing when I say this. It's not finding a new job it's not just that. It's, okay, she doesn't feel respected. If she's attracting that in her life, if she's not able to position herself in a way and project herself in a way where all other people respect her, is because she's having these thoughts already in her.
Mm-hmm.
Very probably. So she's thinking, I'm not good enough, she's better, and then the boss goes like, you are da 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 da, because it's always, all these situations are always systems. They don't work separated. We create systems with people. So the husband that doesn't want to give money to his wife, and she comes here crying, he doesn't respect me, I'm taking care of the kids, and he doesn't give me money. Okay, you are being a perfect match for this guy. Let's see how you are matched. Let's see how we change this so you become matched to another kind of guy that is in him already. But you're activating that part of him. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Jolly says no. Okay,
Well,
let me put it in this way. This is not about, this lady came depressed because she wasn't working since 6 months because she's taking care of her daughters, and very young couple, and the husband is not respecting her in the sense that he is not giving her money to pay the basic things, to have a proper life, in her lifestyle ideal. And so the question I ask her is, how are you projecting what are you thinking when you see him? Well, that he won't give me the money. I'm scared already to ask. And I said, okay, we have a conversation where I understand that the man already has a very high level, a standard of living, and he's putting his woman like an accessory because she's making a good match with him, answering to that. The moment she sees herself as the queen of that house, he sees himself as a king, let's say. I'm making it up in this moment, but this happened really. And she projected herself in a way where he couldn't not see her as who she was projecting herself. And then he arrived a week later and said, you know what? I'm going to give you a credit card so you can buy whatever you want and you don't have to ask me every day for money. And she was like, how did this happen? And I said, because you change the way you're projecting yourself. You change. And I did it with her, with the breath and some visualizations and some work that we're going to do today. So before starting now, okay, this I shared with you. This is just preliminary.
I'm excited to become the queen of the night tonight.
The what?
I'm excited to become the queen of the night tonight. I'm gonna try this in the club. I might go dancing. I got inspired.
Go for it. No, it's very powerful. And the basic premise is that when you connect to people, you have different identities that will awaken different kinds of energy. And if your boss respects your colleague more than you, it's because they're connecting in a line with a specific kind of energy and mindset and precise projection of the identity of each other. And they're seeing you as someone lower because you're connected to the energy in this way. And it's your thoughts activating that energy in you. So if you're thinking, he's seeing me like this, is because you are seeing in this situation yourself like this. And as soon as you change the thought and you change and you use the breath to activate another channel, your boss will see you differently. And it's incredibly powerful because it works one session to the other. It's not something that takes too long to show the impact, especially when people are unconscious, like bosses, they're like, yeah, you, da, da. So it's very easy to take them to that space. Anyway, I know this is too much, but let me go to now the breath. Okay. So asking the questions is really important, but I will match this differently. Let's go to the first. Okay, so in the breath, when we upregulate the system, we inhale long and we exhale sharp and short. Okay, let's start. You need 5 minutes before we enter into the breath, or it's okay?
Yes.
5 minutes.
I have a question. Are we gonna
Yeah.
also have a longer break at some point?
Yeah, we are going to do it. I usually do it at 4.
Okay, so I don't eat now. I just go to the toilet and
You
5 minutes.
can eat a little snack. Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 10 minutes, it's okay?
10 minutes. Let's do 10 minutes. Okay.
Cool. See
I'll
you.
see you in 10 minutes.
I'm back. I just thrown some water on my table, so I need to clean a bit.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I put new headphones on. I don't know if it's the computer or it's my headphones that are working. Okay. So um let me turn this off. At this distance, I see better without glasses. Okay. So entering into the breath world. So last time I was explaining to you that when we breathe in, that let me say like this. Last time I was explaining how yogis determined that the breath has different functions depending on how we use it and depending how we use the four main parts of the breath. The four main parts are inhalation, hold after the inhalation, exhalation, and hold after the exhalation. And depending on how we regulate those parts, we will produce different states in the body. So when we last time saw down regulation, we saw that we need to do long exhalations for that and shorter inhalations by default. In the case of upregulation, it's the opposite. We need to do long inhalations and shorter exhalations. So the exhalations in almost all the breaths that are for upregulation is quite sharp and it's quite snappy. Okay, it's
Slow.
it's quite short. Huh?
It's not slow. It's
It's not slow. No, not only it's not slow, but most of them are not just short, they have a snappy effect. That is not only the speed, but there is like a like a little, just so you have it as a principle. Okay, so let me see. So we are going to start, let me share. We are going to start with the fire breath. Okay, fire breath is a big family. It's not only, I'm trying to see you, okay. Fire breath is a big family of breaths that have the intention of moving the energy of Samana Vayu here in the belly area. You remember the Vayus? So Samana is the one in charge of digestion. And the fire breaths are designed either to clear the nadis, the channels, the energy channels in the body, either to activate Samana Vayu, either to inverse the movement of Apana, and instead of so much energy going down, inverse it and make the energy go up. Why we want to do that? Because the first three centers are the centers of survival, so we have sex to survive also, of digestion, and of defense. So the center that allows us to say, I need shelter, I need to be protected, it's a survival. So we spend most of our life and our energy in these three centers. It's quite locked there, the energy. So when the energy is too locked there, people start having these symptoms of something missing in their lives. There is a sort of heaviness that starts taking over, because we always are working, we are repeating patterns all the time that are focused in the lower centers. So all these breaths are designed to move the energy up into other centers, so that we can experience more of our potential. So these breaths have impact in the body, of course. They tend to accelerate metabolism. These breaths, all of them that I'm going to teach you today, well, they clear the nadis, as I say. They also massage quite a lot the vital organs, because the way you contract in the exhalation and the way these breaths are designed, and you will understand what I mean when we do them, they are designed in a way where you really feel the massage of all the digestive system. And when the digestive system is being massaged, it usually pushes up other organs, and they all get massaged, the vital organs too. It also improves circulation, of course, this breath. It turns, it's balanced the heart rate variability, that it's a measure that is really important because it predicts many of the mental illnesses that we have today. And it's the rhythm, the space there is in between each heartbeat. In between each heartbeat, we have a space, and the more the difference in between, like if I have a heartbeat and the millisecond varies in between every heartbeat, the more we can say you are capable to adapt. Your heart is capable to adapt to any situation. So the more your heart varies in its variability of heartbeat, the more you're capable to adapt your whole system to any situation, and the more you can then find resources not to get ill, and the more you can function in the world with vitality, because your heart will regulate better and faster. So the more resilient, let's say, the heart is, that it's a measurement of resilience, the more. So this breath will help you regulate your heart variability. I know this heart variability is a whole class that we could give a whole morning on it, because it's very precise, very, but I think to have the general idea, it's okay. I want to get into the breath. If you have more questions, you ask me and I will go deeper. The brain gets a lot of benefits of this breath, because all the energy that is in the lower centers tends to go up, and tends to go up, meaning physically through the spinal cord. I'm not talking only in abstract, not only energetically that you can see, but also physically. Some of them can really produce a movement of the spinal fluid in a very fast way. And that's really good for the brain. Okay, so in what moments you don't practice this breath? When you have had a heart surgery, usually, especially pacemaker, when you suffer from epilepsy, I don't know how you say it in English, but you understand, epilepsia. When you have a hernia, when you have any abdominal problem or surgery, you don't, and you will see why. Women, I don't advise, I mean, when you're pregnant, some of these breaths are not advised, not all of them. Some you can do, but some, the majority, I will tell you every time when a pregnant woman shouldn't do this. When you have your menstruation, I tend not to do this breath. I feel it creates a weird effect in my system. People with asthma and high blood pressure shouldn't do some of these breaths, not all of them. So I will tell you every time. So okay, let's start with the most simple one. This is a breath that is called the ladder breath. And it's very simple to apply, it's very simple to implement and to explain. And it's a breath that you do in through the nose, all of it. And you do the long exhalation, like if you're going through a ladder, up into a ladder. So you don't do one long exhalation, you do 8 little exhalations. I mean, 8 little, you breathe in 8 little parts. So you do through your nose, you first of all, with this breath, empty your lungs in a very gently way, but you exhale first, and then you start inhaling in 8 parts. So I'm taking air. I know you can't hear, but I'm taking air, and while I'm taking air, I'm creating little pauses, and I create 8 little pauses in the inhalation. So it's like I'm going up a staircase or up a ladder.
So
Okay,
it's actually 8 inhalations.
It's 8. The inhalation is divided in 8 little bits.
So you do
So
one
it's not 8. It's not. Sorry.
You do one inhalation while you count up to 8, or you
Yes.
do 8 inhalations.
You do one inhalation while you take 8 little breaks during that inhalation. Can you hear me here better if I do this? Yes. So to see if you can hear the here. So it would be something like, can you hear?
So it's like rhythmical breathing. One.
Yes, it's a rhythmical breathing. So instead of I'm doing a lot of noise on purpose, but instead of taking air like in one shot, long, you take air in little bits. But it's all one inhalation.
Sorry, I don't know if because I want to put you in the big screen to see you better.
Yes, you're right. It's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Already there. And you want just the speaker? No, I want to, there, the speaker. And I see you little there. Can you see me there better?
Oh, yeah, I can see you. Can you do
Okay.
it again so I can see you?
Yeah. Okay, so you do release the air so you have space in your lungs, and then you take air.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So it's
So
like 8 inhalations, actually, small ones.
it's not 8 inhalations, because if it's 8 inhalations, it would be inhalation, exhalation, inhalation, exhalation. And here I am doing one inhalation, let's say it like this. take air progressively in 8 little levels. So instead of taking in one shot the whole exhalation, you take it progressively in 8 little build-ups. So you go, I'm not exhaling in the middle, I'm just doing the exhalation very controlled, the inhalation very controlled. Okay?
Okay.
Does it make sense? It's clear? Any questions again?
Is there a specific part of where I'm taking the air, or which must be?
Yes, you must feel like when you do the optimal breath that
Mhm.
you're looking to expand. So
Okay.
you're not you need to take your air out, because if not, there won't be enough space to fill it in 8 takes. Okay? So take the air out a little bit. Exhale. Let's do it together. Now here we go.
And this is a
Can you
long,
feel it?
yes. And this is a
Okay.
long exhalation to then fully empty.
Yes, you do a long, it's not really long in the sense that the inhalation will be still longer,
Mm.
but you have to release the air so you can fill it up again. And you do this breath 5 times. And it's a very, very tender breath to be a turning on breath. It's not a hard breath. It's really gently for a fire breath, okay? So let's practice it 5 times so you can experience it. Let's practice it all together. So you put your back straight.
Sorry, and you expand like just horizontally or also vertically?
Mainly horizontally. If there is any moment where your body moves in any way, it's okay, because you're learning it and it's fine. But the idea is that you do, like, it's an optimal breath inhalation, but longer and in steps.
Okay. That's
Okay. So you have a different awareness on your inhalation with this breath. You have a control and an awareness on the inhalation. You are controlling how prana, vayu, enters into your body. So it's a statement that you're doing on, okay, here we go. We take in pranavayu, and this will activate something differently in your body. Okay, here we go. So we breathe out, and here we go. Now you feel your body, what happens after the breath. There is some kind of energy moving somewhere in the hands, in the arms. The blood is circulating a little bit faster already. And sometimes we can feel that. Yes. See?
You should breathe until you feel like you're full
Yes,
capacity.
that you're full. Yes. Full capacity. Okay? Full capacity. So this breath, I do it when I do, for example, winter sessions and I have a group. I usually do this breath. It's a gently breath that doesn't require to check so much in people. If they are, this breath is quite safe, let's say. Only if you do it a lot, more than 20 times, it will start creating another kind of dynamic in the body. I mean, 20 times in a row, it will start building up momentum to too much prana almost. But if you do it very safe, I mean, if you do it 3 times, 5 times, you can feel a vibration in the body already starting to build up, and it's still gently. Okay? Do you have any questions?
What's the
You're supposed to be feeling something happen because I didn't feel.
Much. No, it's okay. It's okay. This is not a breath that is dramatic. This is not a breath where you will feel the contrast. This is one of the fire breaths that are I told you I will start with the gently ones and we will build up. Because when you do the other ones, then you won't know the difference at all when you do this one, if it was this or the other take over completely. So I want to start with something gently, simple. It does have an impact. It creates another momentum in your prana system, in your vayu system, but very softly. It doesn't have the power to completely change and inverse apana to prana. It's just like you control prana in a different way. You're not just breathing in any way, you're breathing in stages. Your brain is getting oxygen in a different way. It's gently, okay?
And what do you recommend it for? Like
I recommend it.
To start as a basic for the other techniques, or to
Yes, I do it. I do always optimal breathing. And then if I'm in a session when I want to build up momentum to turn people on, I start with this one. Start
okay.
with this one, and it gives the brain the exact range of inhalation, like because you build it up, it's like you control it in a very specific way. And it's interesting for that, for me, where you build it up. No one in any session has said, wow, this breath is incredible. Nothing. It's a very gentle breath that gives it gives what it has to give in a very gently way, let's say. But it's a fire breath, no doubt. Okay, it's from this family. Okay.
I wanted to ask something.
Yeah, tell me. Yeah.
Tamash.
oh what did I want to ask? Oh yeah, I mean oh yeah, but you kind of already answered that this is a gentle breath. I was just curious what's the maximum amount you would do from this?
It depends on the person doing it. If it's someone experienced with the breath, I would do 20. But if it's a person not experienced, I would start with 5.
Okay.
That it still is gently, but it's
I could definitely feel it in my legs, that energy started to.
yeah. For me, I can feel it immediately in hands, but I mean, because I have been doing it, this breath, I can, when I do it, any breath, when you start breathing a lot and using different practices, and you can be more aware of your body in a different level. But I think this breath is gently anyway. So you need to have this practice of feeling your body to understand that it's doing something. Okay. 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 The ladder breath, when I have done it in group sessions, I feel it stabilize the energy in a room. It's like the fact that we are all doing, there is a harmony that is created in the group that other fire breaths don't have, because other fire breath, you need to really do them in your own rhythm. You can't impose a rhythm. And here you can say, let's do it in this rhythm. Everyone together. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can build it like that, and people will, it will create a, you know, like a
Like it helps the group to synchronize or something.
yes, to synchronize in the movement of fire in their body. So it's like we are creating this movement of fire together. And so I use it for that, especially. Okay. Okay. So let me share with you the second breath. This is a breath that is done with movement, with the whole body. This is a breath that I use a lot for people that have anger issues, that have something in them that is like, contained, and that they can't express anger, they can't express
To release.
it's to release, but in situations where you also have had a quarrel with someone, a discussion, and you couldn't solve it, and then you're like, oh, and then you do this breath, and this breath creates a movement with the energy that I find quite interesting. And it's done with the whole body. It's called the impact breath. I do this a lot with children in children's sessions, and it works really great. They love it. And so this breath, I need to get up to do it. Let me see if here you can see me. Let me put myself, I don't know why can you see me when I'm in like alone? Yeah, there. Okay. So this breath, this breath, I will do it like this, and I will do it in profile after so you can see it. So this breath comes from martial arts, and it's simple, but it's very efficient. So you breathe in, giving one hit. So it's second hit, you breathe in again, and then you breathe out. So it will look like this. When you do this, you need to have your legs a little bit bended, and you don't go all the way with the hit. You don't hit because if not, you will hurt your elbow. So you hold, and that hold creates an impact in the energy in the body. So you can do it walking. I would start just standing, and you can do this breath up to 20 times. And when you have an intention, for example, you have that issue, and then your eyes are fierce. They have a fierce look. They're not just like, it's not about just, no. We need to feel the, And when you breathe, you expand in the inhalation, the belly. I mean, you have to feel the, okay? Is it clear?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the name of this
The impact
impact breathing?
Impact breath, yeah.
Impact breath. I like it.
Yeah. This is one of when I teach classes with adolescents, this is a major one for them. And they do it a lot after. Parents report that when they are angry to a teacher or there's any conflict, they find them sometimes in the room like processing with the breath, okay? Because it's not a passive breath, it's very active breath. It engages your whole body. So we will do it all together. Let's make the little space there so I can see you. Let me put us all equal. Okay. Okay, so here we go. I will do it. Let's do it 10 times, and I will do it only a few, and then I will go and see the camera, okay? To check how it's working for you. Here we go. Continue. Okay. The way you're doing it, it needs a little bit more power. It needs a little bit more energy. So you're doing, I need to feel that when you hit, you're hitting, and you have to retain the hit, like, and you, but the breath to create that momentum in the body needs like you really feel there's something that retains your hit, but that you are going with all of it. It's not, it's, you feel the difference?
You should be hearing your breath, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, hearing, you're breathing in two. You understand how is the breath, right? Like you breathe in once, then a second time, and then, I know what you mean, the question. Yes, it's a breath that you can hear your breath. Yeah, you hear it completely.
This was a feedback for both of us.
Sorry?
The punching feedback was for both of us.
Yes, for both of you. Can you do it again to be fair? Yes, there you go. Okay, Jolie, don't walk. Don't walk. No, just to see you just standing.
Okay.
Do it standing, because to coordinate the walking, you're losing focus on the breath itself. So I don't want you to distract. Just do the breath, focus. And when you do the breath, you have like a fierce view. So this breath needs to, because we are working with the whole body, and the eyes do this fierce view, like I'm going for you, I'm going with everything, I'm going, like there is this, yes, there you go, mamacita. Yeah, again.
I will try to look.
Yeah. That's scary. Yes. There you go. You got it. There you go. I felt the energy. You both got it. So
I need to go for a moment.
So you feel how it activates something a little bit like fierce attitude, like I'm all in, like I'm going for it, like and so this breath activates in that sense. So when you are talking with a client and you feel the client has a little bit of a weak in commitment, engagement into what you're working on together, I could totally do this breath to build up that feeling for them so they can understand what is it to go for it. You know what I mean?
For sure. I was just thinking of one of my clients who,
Will benefit.
yeah, 'cause she's like wants to build her own entrepreneurial business, but she feels so low on energy. And now I just realized that, oh, this would be great for her.
Yes.
She
And you
needs to
can
like
combine,
plan
yeah.
going.
Yes, yes. And you can combine it with the other ones, with the last one I will give that I don't think will have the time today. It will be next Saturday, maybe. And that is these two breaths together work great when I do that one I'm talking about, and this one, because this one is for that realization on an attitude. This brings you to a state of mind and attitude of I'm present and I'm going for it with all of it. It gives you that attitude. It turns on this energy in you. So if you are not,
Power.
it gives you power. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You project power with it, and you feel powerful with it when you do it and repeat it and repeat it. But when you share it, it really needs to be with the attitude in it, with the look, with the stand, with the fist engaging in a very tonic, impactful way. Okay, so people will start doing it because that's how their state is in that moment. When you start doing that, something takes over and they understand power at another new level. Yeah.
I practice Qigong, so for me, this is not new.
Yeah.
I mean, the breathing
You do. Yes.
breathing
Yes.
is new, but the quality that you have
Yes,
to.
it brings. Yes. And it's surprising because every time I show this breath, there is a good feedback about it. Even the most passive person I have shown it to has reacted like, wow, I really like this breath. And it's a breath that when I started showing it, I never thought people would do it outside of the practice. And then they come and say, I did the impact breath. And I'm like, oh my God, you did. Because this is not a breath I do a lot. I have this energy a lot, so I do other breaths to calm down. But when people do it outside, often they do it or they say, I was preparing for this meeting, and so I did 10 impact breaths. And I'm like, oh, okay, good, because you get into another mode, you know? So this is what I meant when you match their intention with a breath. That if you're willing them to stand differently in front of their boss, or they are looking, I don't know, they're feeling depressed and contracted, they own their power differently when the body is engaged. Okay, with the breath. Okay, so what
is this
about
a breath that you would give like an intention to like use it in a way that you set an intention before you're breathing and then you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do it like that usually. I show it. The last time I showed was he was getting divorced and his wife was very submitting him all the time. And he was scared to talk to her about cutting her allowance. And and he was just to give you an example. And so he was like, yeah, but I don't know how to step up, and I don't know, I don't have this kind of energy. And I said, okay, let's stand up. And I did it. And he was like, at the beginning, very and then I was like, come on, you can do that. And then at the end he was like, and he was like so much into it. And then he said he did it daily to prepare for that conversation. And it went great, and now they're great friends with the wife, and they built up a strategy to take her out of the allowance, not only just take it out, but all of that he could do it because of the attitude change. And so, and when you see that momentum being created, everything starts to open in your life. This is what I'm most impressed about the work with the breath, that once it's like you break inertia. Like you had inertia, force taking you to a place, like this guy with his partner, and he was like submissive, and life was hard, and to get out of that relation was hard, and we broke inertia, and we send it to another side, the snowball, and now the inertia is taking him to a new place. And the inertia is taking him, after he talks with his wife, he finds the perfect apartment where he wants to live to be able to move. He goes to a party and the guy says, I'm renting this apartment. And he says, oh, I need an apartment. And that weekend he was out. And then the next weekend, like that, it started build up momentum. And in 3 months, his life was completely different from the moment he got in to then. And so when I see how the breath does that, and how this intention setting is key to use it together, it's quite powerful. Creating synchronicities, creating momentum. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, what about you two getting together to show each other, or let's make it differently. What about, because we are too few today, so I don't need that. You can show it and I will be here. And each one of you chooses one that you want to show. Okay, so we go through it and you really get it.
Oh,
I
which
want to
one?
show the second one.
Okay.
Yeah, I already knew this. I have read the space.
Jolly.
So I will
Okay.
show the first one because last time you
Okay.
couldn't show
So
what
show
you
the
wanted.
first one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So how did you say that very nicely?
you can yeah, okay, I let you time to think
Yeah,
about it. You have a few.
yeah. Okay, so hi everyone. How are you? Are you ready for some
Great. Yes. Bring
Great.
it on. No, here I should say, well, yeah, it's winter and it's gray. I don't know.
So I'm going to show you the perfect breathing for this kind of mood, dear Raquel, because what we're going to do is a type of a fire breathing. And fire breathing usually are breathings that are generating a lot more energy. So when you're feeling low or you're in a mood of deactivation, this type of breaths can really activate you. And the first of its kind is the most basic or let's say one of the most basic or the simplest fire breath is the ladder breath. And in this breathing, we're going to be doing something similar that we have done last time with the optimal breathing. So you might remember with the optimal breathing, we are breathing horizontally and less so much vertically. But this time, instead of taking one longer breath, what we're going to do is that we're going to take one breath with 8 little intervals. So in between the intervals, we're not breathing out. So we're just kind of like breathing this way. And I'm going to show you in a second how to start it because we need to first inhale. But we take 8 of these short inhales. And then after that, we exhale, empty the body again, because we need to create space in the body so that we can actually start bringing in the air. So similarly as with the optimal breathing, we want to have our lower ribs moving horizontally as we breathe in. And you will notice that at the beginning, this is going to be a new kind of breathing. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to tap into this. And you might have your shoulders moving up, and that's completely fine for now. So yeah, before we start, do you have any questions? Okay, so let's practice together. I'm gonna try to give you a rhythm and then you can try to follow that. So maybe this will help you with your first tries. So first we're gonna breathe out, empty the body. So exhale and then start. Let's do one more. Okay. And I think I just want to say one more thing that with this breathing is maybe particularly important, and this is just my observation, that we have a really straight upper body, because the more we kind of like lean in, as we usually lean in front of the computer, it will be way harder to do that kind of like faster rhythmical breathing as we are in this position. So when you practice this, make sure you have a straight, beautiful, nice posture. Any questions? Great.
Okay. Wonderful.
Thanks.
You did it amazing. You did it better than me. I will call you to teach this breath in the session. No, I loved it really. And I will add that to do it with the hands here. It's a great add.
Yeah, because when you were doing it, I was trying. First, I didn't feel it
It's
here.
a
I was
great
feeling
add.
all
Yeah, I
over.
love it. I love it. Yeah, thank you. Great. Okay. So,
Should I start?
yeah, Jonibel, it's your turn.
Okay. As a part of a therapeutic process, I'm not gonna check in the information I have received. I'm just gonna say what I feel like saying. So I might make
Yes,
some
of course.
tweaks, and that's okay.
I love it.
Okay, so hi everyone. What I'm gonna share with you today is well, it's not fair to say that is one of my favorite ones, but so far I find it very, very interesting. First, because you use your body, like your whole body. And I feel that this is very powerful. Second, because you can actually feel like you're moving energy. So I will invite you all to try and feel what you're feeling and then share it if you want to. I'm gonna show it to you first, and then we're gonna do it together, okay?
Mhm.
So first part, we're going to do like the simple version, and then we can add something differently once we got the simple version. So the simple version is just standing up without walking, and the second will be with the walking. So you should be standing like this in a position you feel like you're stable and you're ready to rock. With ease a little bit, uh,
Denise?
like a little bit, flex it. And then you will be doing something like a karate movement, something like this, without extending the arm totally, so you don't harm yourself. So keep it a little bit like. I invite you to imagine you have a wall, like as a barrier, so you can do the movement more precisely. And you will also need to add some facial expression, like a fierce facial expression. Okay, so I will be showing you one. So will be 2 inhalations, like, and then an exhalation. And just like really use your body and do it with a lot of intention and with a lot of energy. And let's try it. Do you want to ask something before, or
No, okay, let's go.
get together then?
Yes.
Let's do it 5 times. And then I will watch you doing it like 3 times. Okay, let's start at 1, 2, 3. Okay, can I see you doing it like 3 times? Oh, Raquel, you can do better than that.
So you correct me. I'm saying it like that on purpose.
Okay, like imagine like you're a very strong person that you're going to get what you want, for example, and put that intention and use your body to Tomasz. Okay. I don't know. I think like Tomasz, perhaps the movement when you like this would be a little bit faster. I don't know. I was kind of
Okay.
seeing you in low motion.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you're doing that intentionally too.
I wasn't, but I think Naka was.
No, I was doing it intentionally, like so just so
And if you
you
have
could.
time and space, you can add the walk once you feel like you dominate that. And I think it's pretty much that. How did you feel it?
Yes, I felt it great. Yeah,
Me too.
yeah, wonderful. Thank you. It did add a whole new level when you told me feel strong and like you really want to get what you're up to,
Hmm.
what you're going for. It
Mm.
felt a new level of turning on for me. So this is the intention is really good. It's really key to put it in this breath. So that when you say the fears part, maybe you say it there. So it's like fears part, like you really want to get what you want, like you're really strong, and then it's already added that feeling. So great, congratulations. It was great. It was great. Okay, it's almost 4 o'clock. So we do a pause. Please don't eat too much. Okay? Yes, I know. Because we're going to do breathing techniques that require abdominal engagement. And if you ate a lot, it will be,
Okay.
Okay, well,
it
I just
won't have,
already had a smoothie in the previous break, so I'm not gonna
but
eat.
it's okay. Eat nuts or, I mean, you can eat, but very like a little bird. Don't eat like, oh my God, I'm so, I'm eating like a little banana. I'm keeping it because if not, you will feel. After we can do another break if you really need to eat. But come on, you're strong people. You can.
Every Saturday, I never have the time to eat. So I'm eating
Ah,
all
okay.
in Portugal is earlier. Now I'm in Spain, so it's the same time, but I haven't had time to eat. So I was planning to eat some pasta now.
Well, but
Okay,
pasta. Oh my
I
God.
will stick with this and
But
start.
Okay, no, but if you have fruits or nuts or a little bit of pasta, you can eat but a little bit and save it for later, the rest, because the breath we're going to do now have another level of
Oh, no,
impact
perfect.
in
I'm
the
not
in
gonna
the
have pasta. No,
yeah,
no.
okay, in the samana vayu, in the digestive system. It's
Yeah, no.
for that, so I don't want you to get an indigestion. Okay, well, so see you in so we do a shorter break, maybe,
I don't
if we're
need
not
half
going
an
to
hour
eat.
if you don't eat. Yeah,
15 minutes or 10 minutes or how long it works for you?
15?
15. Okay, let's do 15. See you
perfect.
in 15. Okay.
Uh,
¿Comiste algo por fin?
Fruto seco.
Ok, sí, yo también me comí una.
Bonito, pero qué lindo tu
Sí.
espacio.
Sí, yo estoy aquí muy contenta. Sí, y además está en el mismo edificio donde vivo,
Mm,
o sea que puedo trabajar y estar en el mismo edificio y eso es súper práctico en invierno.
sí, sobre todo en Berlín, me imagino, porque
Exacto, cuando hace frío. ¡Yay! Okay,
I'm just gonna have to keep an eye on the rice that I'm cooking for later. So
okay, okay, yeah, okay.
to be
they
ready.
surprise for me too.
I made this morning, so we are going to eat pasta rice coming out like
Pasta and rice. The perfect combination.
yeah. Okay, so now we are going to start another level of breathing. Wait a second. Something came out here. Okay, so this is called the next breath we're going to do. It enters really into the family of the fire breath that are really more active, and it's called the rocking breath, but it's a fire breath. It's like fire rocking breath, you could call it. And it's really for me like a foundation to build up to the higher level of the fire breath that is Kapalabhati, that is a breath that requires a different kind of awareness in your body and intensity. And this breath starts giving you that notion. So for this breath, you do need to sit on the floor, usually. So I never practice this breath sitting on a chair really, because you will see you need you need a rocking effect that when you're sitting in the way, oh wait, yeah. You need a rocking effect with your lower back and hips and perineum, all that zone, that to be on the floor really makes a difference, and to cross your legs makes a difference in the quality and the results you will have with this breath. So let me see if I put it a little bit lower. There. So we cross the legs in whatever position you can, and you have the back straight. And this breath is done, as I said before, with a snapping little effect in the exhalation and a long inhalation. So it's simple. I will do it once, a couple of times looking towards you, and then in profile. So you can see the movement. So you're going to breathe out, doing curving and pulling in your belly area, and then breathe in. Wait, Tamas got out. He's there. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize he had left. Okay.
Internet is a bit weird, sorry.
It's okay. I didn't realize you had left. And I was like, who's joining? Okay. So this breath, back straight, and then you're going to start with exhalation, and you're going to snap a little bit and pull in the abdominal muscles. So this breath is done with abdominal muscles pulling in and creating a real curve like this when you breathe out. Sorry. So here we go. You see it once, and then we can do it together. I will do it a couple of times, and then I invite you, okay? So all this is done through the nose. And you're going to breathe out, creating a curve. And then breathe in, pulling out. And in the moment you breathe in, you need to fill your lungs with air, and the belly needs to feel expanding. And then breathe out. Okay? So you breathe in, expanding, straightening, opening here, opening here, opening here, and then you breathe out in a snap, like completely. And then so longer inhalation, snappy exhalation. Longer inhalation, yes. Okay. I will do it in this position, so maybe you can see better the profile. So I'm back straight. Let me take this off, maybe. I don't know if this helps. And then
I feel like I don't have time to exhale all the air, so I can't
inhale properly. So that means you're not pulling the abdominal muscles in enough sharply. So it needs to feel, it's like you are really, you have to feel that. And then
makes you hot.
yes, this breath, it's because it really activates Samana Vayu in a very strong way.
Maybe I'll show it from the side.
Yes. 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 There you go. It's not easy at the beginning. Yes, great. Yes, Jolie is having a hard time. She's like, you don't enjoy it.
No,
I can
I'm
see
just not
in
sure
your face, you're like, oh.
I'm doing it right, but a little
You're
bit of.
doing it right. You're doing it right. I think it's easier than you think. Like there is something you think is more complicated. The inhalation, it's to train the body to do an exhalation that is snappy, that is like. So
I think that if we had
okay.
to exhale from the mouth, it will be easier, but like from the nose, it takes more time. I don't know, but I will train.
Okay. You can train this breath with the next one we are going to do. This is the first we do. No, with the not next one, the other one we're going to do. Okay, this is the first part. So this is the base.
Sorry, why it is called the rocking?
It's not the rocking. This. Ah no, yeah, this is the rocking because you're rocking like this is rocking.
Oh.
This
Okay.
is an effect of rocking.
And when you breathe out and you do this, you loosen all the muscles.
When you breathe out, you contract them in.
Okay, okay.
So if you do it a couple of times, you will be feeling your abs, like
Yes.
your eating abs.
Yes, yes. And this works in the abs that are behind the six packs.
Oh, that's what I meant. So you
Yes.
loosen the front, but underneath you have a contraction. This is how I observe it.
It will contract all of it because it's very hard to do this separation. But what I mean is like many people do weights and have the abs like that, and when they do this, they can't contract because their muscles, there are many layers in those muscles.
Mhm.
And it's not the layer that looks beautiful, the one you're moving. It's like really using. It's a layer of the muscle that is a little bit behind, and so it will create like a very tonic second layer of the muscle that will create this push, and it's and someone that has that is lifting, that is doing abdominals, will have a capacity to do this, but it's not maybe the flexibility to do it. It has a swing in it. Okay, so this is the principle of all the fire breaths that are strong. The principle is that you let the air in and then you snap it out. You let the air in, snap it out. Okay? And in this way, okay, now in this way, you're going to be working on the 3 first energy centers. These 3 first energy centers are engaged and they're pumping. They're pumping. You're really pumping the energy there. It's very physical. Okay? So that's the intention of this breath, that we pump that energy up. We pump that energy up. So it's okay. And this is a very slow speed. The breath that comes not next, the other one, has a very fast speed. So this is just the beginning. So you get hold of this movement in a very dramatic way. Okay?
So this is the
Okay.
same but slow. This is another one or the same slower?
No. What I just did is the same thing. It's just doing it a little bit slower so you can get it. But the one that comes after this one, it's a breath that creates a circle with the same movement. So you will do so you do the same thing, but the snappy part will be, you will hold it a little longer after the snap. So you do
When is the moment when you breathe out in the circle?
when you go back here.
So it's a longer exhale.
In, I will say it in loud. In, out. In, out. In, out. In, out. And then the other side. In, out. In, out. In, out.
Before you say out, you breathe out, right?
I'm breathing through the nose, snapping out. Yes. Okay. Find your own. Okay, great. Yes. This breath. Okay, good. Now I want you, after you doing it 5 times, I want to check how your body feels.
More flow. Huh?
Yes, there's something that changes. I feel a lot of energy in moving and warm and feel the belly area, something shifted. Something is massaged deeply there.
I feel a
In the
lot of,
abdomen.
I feel a lot of,
Yes, yes. Okay, that heat is not coming from a normal place. It's not the heat of exercise. It's the heat of energy, prana, moving, and a very specific type, the Samana Vayu prana. You're feeling it. It's like a fire we have within. And this fire digests food, usually. So this will improve digestion, but it will also digest emotions and beliefs and thoughts. When you can't take an information in. Like if someone tells you, I want the divorce, and you're like, oh, no. And you get stuck there with that. And you're like, no, in denial, and no, this can happen. You do Samana Vayu, and so you will cry, and you will release, and you will take that information in. So this kind of breath that activates this zone have this effect of helping you digest.
okay.
Okay.
And for like physiological digestion, you would recommend it to do after before eating, for example? No. Or-
Yes, before eating is better. Yeah, that's why I told you not to eat too much.
Mhm.
Because if you have eaten,
No, it will interfere with the
yeah,
digestion.
it with the digestion because it's too much energy in the middle of
Yeah.
digestion. Yes. Tamashi, you were just stretching. That you wanted to ask a question. Okay, this is. Let's make a little pause because this breath can really be strong, so the body can
So,
adapt to.
sorry.
Yeah, tell me.
So you do both of this rocking and what do you call the second one? Circular rocking.
Yes,
As you always do this together?
I do it together usually. Yeah, I do this. Sometimes I do only one.
No.
Sometimes I do just this rocking.
Yeah.
This one. I rarely do this one with people a lot. I
Mhm.
don't do it a lot because I have other ones that are, for me, my favorites that I will teach you, that I will share with you. But I'm building up so you know them. Because if you go out there and say fire breath, the rocking now, you say, oh, I know them. I don't use them, and you use it a lot, but I know it. For me, it's important that you know it.
Mhm.
And you will choose your favorites to work with. Some people have taught this and they're like, oh, I love it. And they have super apps and they're like, oh, yes. And they take the shirt out and start with the clients like, look, expand here. And it's their thing, you know. So for me, it's not it's a breath that I do for discipline. I don't do it because I particularly enjoy it. I find it very strong, and I have other favorites that have an incredible effect and that are different. And those are the ones that I use the most with my clients. And I will share one of them here today, and then on the other Saturday.
Do you think,
Okay.
sorry,
Yes,
do you think it would work on a Pilates ball?
it could. It could. I don't know if stability wise it would be good. If it will wobble when you do the snapping exhalation.
I think that for the rolling,
Yeah, it could.
for the rolling part. Yeah.
This is a fabulous rocking effect because when you rock down here, you have the lower diaphragm of the zone that I told you about that will move the upper diaphragm too. So you're really doing a very specific work that is quite powerful for the position, for the body posture, to get movement when you breathe. Then when you do the optimal breathing, it will have another quality because you have developed this act in a different way. Okay, because it's really creating. Okay. 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 So, after this one, I need to take a moment because it's really strong, this breath for me. Okay. After this one, let's do the fire breath, Kapalabhati. This is a breath that is it's the core or main fire breath. When everybody says fire breath, they are meaning in the yoga world, they mean this one. Even if there is a big family that includes the fire breath, but this one is like the fire breath. Okay, so this breath, it's done in different ways depending on the yogic tradition. I will give you mine that is very simple. Other people will do it with the hands like this. The Kundalini people do it with the hands like this. Other people do it with the hands here. I just do it with the hands here, that as I was told. It's a very strong breath. It will produce even a sharper and stronger movement of prana in this area. And when you do it, the prana starts circulating in the whole body very fast. It redistributes heat in the body. Okay? When you teach this breath, I always teach it very slow and then ask people to, if they want to continue, to keep adding speed little by little. When you go out to a yoga studio, they will teach it to you very fast and that's it. But people won't get the core of the movement because you're just doing it through the nose, like in this way, and you're not getting here what you need to get. So this breath is the same what we have been doing till now. That means you breathe in and you fill all this area with air, and then you breathe out sharp, but without any movement. You don't move, you don't do cycling, you don't do anything. You stay here. And this breath is about the speed at one point. And when you do it this time, do make sure that you are engaging a little bit the lower part of the abdominal region of the body. So it's not only this belly area, it's also a little bit here under. So you engage the whole range here. Okay? So you breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and sharp out. Can you see? So can you see it here? I don't know if you can see. Okay, so you follow your own rhythm. Normally, this breath is like this. I will show you the goal, but don't do it like that. You will do it at your own rhythm to build up till here. So the goal is this. Then you take one breath, you hold it, you bend your neck, so you block here, and then you release. Okay? So I will turn so I can see here, be with you. Do you have any questions? So we are going to do it slowly first. So you breathe out, snapping, and in, long inhalation, and then snapping. Do you find that movement? Okay, good. And then you continue and you add a little bit of speed if you feel you're ready. So I would keep this speed until you have it easier. Yes, it feels. So this is the speed you do it in until you feel you're ready for the next speed. Even though, because your body needs to learn to regulate a lot of oxygen coming in.
Felt dizzy a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, and it needs to learn, it needs to adapt. So in a yoga class, the thing is that you do that, but you usually don't do it that long. You do it short, so you do, the teacher goes, let go, let's do fire breath. And you do this, I don't know, 30 seconds, 1 minute, and then stop, and then another thing they do. So, but if you're going to practice this breath, it's better to do less breath, but do it right. Okay? So we are going to do 10 together.
Sorry, I didn't get the part, like,
Okay, after, at the end, yes. At the end, you're going to, after you release the air, you're going to take a big breath and you're going to lock your chin. And you're going to wait there. And then around 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and then let the air go. Okay?
But that's during the exercise or in the
At the end, to close. This is the way you close this breath. So you do, I'm doing it the rhythm I suggest. So you're dizzy. Good. The body will get used to it. You will get used to it. The bloodstream goes faster. So do you feel the heat and do you feel something changing in the body?
I didn't feel the heat with this one.
Okay.
I
Okay.
felt like dizzy and like sleepy.
After.
Yeah.
Well, dizzy, yeah, you're losing carbon dioxide, so it feels that. It feels sleepy and dizzy. How about you, Tamas?
Yeah, I feel a lot of energy.
Okay. Moving.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel it strongly too. I feel I can't do many more right now because it's a lot. I mean, I can, but you understand, like it would be if I'm in my regular practice, I would say, okay, I had enough now. It's like, woo. I right now I feel a lot of energy moving and I feel in my legs like bubbling and I feel a lot of heat in my body.
I see sometimes these yogis pulling their belly in so much.
That's the bandhas.
Okay, so this is not this.
No, that we are going to do after.
Because I can never do that because I think there is like tension in my belly.
Yes, yes. Yes, the bandhas is a different exercise. And there is a modern bandha that is the one that I practice the most. And it's a bandhas that a few people are doing in the world right now. Joe Dispenza does these bandhas. Like a few people are doing it. And that's the one I use for my clients the most. And every time I use the bandhas, and I think Yoli, for you, the bandhas, the modern bandhas will be an excellent exercise for the work you're doing. I think that's the exercise that will turn people on into being able to feel positive to feel pleasure, to feel, because it has a very particular quality to it. But I need to explain it better because that's a different level. These are the basic fire breaths that are really important to get energy moving in the body and to get energy going up, but especially processing here energy. So a lot of emotional processes can go through here.
So
Okay.
just to go back to the beginning of the class around the protocol, if I, for example, just using my own case that I used to find, energy from marijuana, and now I don't try to use that substance anymore, and I also don't try to drink coffee, which has been,
Wow.
yeah, I mean, I used to not drink it, and I just got back to it recently, and I feel that it's not good for my anxiety or my energy level. From these three, for the leather breath, the rocking breathing, and now the Kapalabhati, was that it? I'm trying to just like get a sense of which one I give to what of these. So for example, in my situation, when I don't want to drink coffee and I'm generally very vital and very energized, but at the morning, sometimes when I wake up, I can get a bit like, what is this life? What is this again? It's like tending towards a depressive quality, but I'm not depressed or anything like that. Which one of these I start practicing?
If I have to be sincere, if I have to be really useful, I would practice the modern bandha. I will teach it. So I was going to teach it next Saturday because it's too much today to teach all of it. But I can teach the modern bandhas today, and then what I had planned this afternoon for the rest of the afternoon, teach it on next Saturday. It doesn't. So like that, you take today the modern bandhas with you, okay? Because it is a special exercise, and it's the one for me that answers to what you're asking as a question.
Okay, I mean, I'm not in a rush to learn it. I'm rather trying to figure out that with these three breathing exercises.
Yeah, the thing, yes, with the thing is that you can use, it will depend on your intuition for yourself, in which one you feel in that moment is the right for you. So you will be in an attitude and you will say, and you will say, this is it. Or you will say, no, I feel I'm not digesting this, and it won't go with an anger release. I just need to process something here. And then you go, and you do some Kapalabhati, or you do some movement, so all the body. The important thing with any breath is the intention. So these three breaths will help you create heat and process, digest energy. So if the reason why you are trying to repress an emotion that is there by taking anything that will numb you a little bit and put you in another state so you don't have to feel something that is there. So maybe you do need a movement that will allow you to start digesting. These breaths don't work while they're being done. They work after. So you're moving now the energy in this zone. And after you finish, that's when the breath starts moving the energy really. That's when the magic of the breath happens. That's why you usually do in yoga savasana, because that's the moment where the whole yoga class pays off. When you're laying down, not moving, and all the glands that have been contracted, expanded, you know, with the movement of yoga. Every time you do a movement, every time you are contracting some glands that are being pressed in different ways. The same with this breath. And so after, you let the breath work. But when you set an intention before the breath, is ideal. That's what will help the breath to, any energy that is released, use it for that intention. Okay, so you help the breath to hook to something.
Okay.
Okay, so that intention might be either something you want to create, either something you want to feel. It doesn't have to be, intention doesn't mean I want to get this project done only. It means I want to get this project done with ease. So I want to cultivate the ease feeling. And so anything that is there that is blocking, that I am not managing to digest, I'm going to use one of these 3 breaths. You can use any of them on separate. It's your intuition that will tell you at that moment. Listen to your body, because the body almost feels like, yeah, I feel like doing this, you know, and or I feel like doing this. The body will tell you. So you write them down in a sequence, and then you read the list and you will go like, this one. Your body will tell you which one. Especially these 3 that are very related. And so,
which one is the Kapalabhati?
Kapalabhati is the last one.
Okay.
The fire breath, the one you do static with no like.
And this one was called?
This one was called the impact breath.
Impact, okay.
So Kapalabhati is the one the yogis identify as the fire breath when they say
Yes.
Kapalabhati. Are you going to put some videos with the?
Yeah, all these will go in video, of course. Yeah. There, I will put it in the page, resource page, so you can have the videos, because if not, it's too much to remember. Yeah, yeah, yes. Okay, okay. Any other questions? No. Okay. When you're with a client, I usually start very softly with the rocking, or jump to Kapalabhati, but in a very soft way. Okay? I do it in this way. Also, you can, by only putting your attention in the belly area and breathing in a quite optimal breathing way, you can activate that fire a little bit. You can, the attention, wherever you put attention, energy will start concentrating there. So some people, depending on their sensibility, or sensitivity is the word, will require less impact in the breath. Other people will require more. So you have to measure that depending on who you have there. And the person, when you ask them to explore the breath, they will do it, and then they will say, oh God, this is strong. And then you say, okay, you did it great. Now place your hands on the belly and take some breath there. And that you know that whatever they did before, that little moment of breath will pay off and will gain momentum just by paying attention to this area. This area will activate, let's say. Okay?
Mhm.
Does it make sense?
Mm.
Okay. Okay, I am thinking right now if I do let me see. Let me see, because in here I have the whole explanation of Kapalabhati anyway. Okay, the next one is Bastrika, but that I will teach next Saturday then. Okay, all these breaths, this that we just did, and any of the breaths you have learned till now, you can combine them with any protocol that you have of questions. Any protocol you have of questions, when you feel the person didn't have an insight or didn't had a moment of release, you can introduce the breath, and when they are after the breath, there is the moment of calm, and then you ask the person where in your body you're feeling now the energy, and they will say, I feel the heat here, I feel the heat here. You ask the first, the way I do it is that I ask always the person first, how is their body feeling? And if there is any emotion they're feeling, where are they feeling it in the body? So they will say, I feel sadness here, I feel anxiety here, I feel whatever they're feeling. They will express whatever they have there. And then you say, okay, put your hand there. The person puts the hand there. That's to bring more awareness, just to bring more awareness, because when the body touches that zone, all the attention goes there for the body. So you use the hand just to do that. And the person will touch that area. If you see the person is there present with you and is not having any release, because usually when someone has the emotion bubbling there about to burst, they will just maybe cry in that moment. Or maybe, sometimes it's really there. But if it's not there, then you will say, okay, and now we are going to do this breath. And then you explain the breath. Any of these three, any of these that we have seen, the ladder, the impact, or any of the strong fire ones, you do the one you find more pertinent, and your intention is allowing that emotion to be there more present, to be activated, because in this moment it's choked in, and you want that energy that is choked in, because that's the way the energy has been for years in the person, choke and contracted. And you want that energy to move. And the way energy expresses when it moves is by showing the emotion that you usually will have. Like if you're sad, the person will cry a little bit. If it's anger, the person will have a little anger moment. So the energy moves, and the person will express that. It will express the emotion. And so when you use the breath to digest whatever is going there, and then you ask the person, check again there, the person will put the hand again, and either they will cry there in that moment, either they will feel something change. Okay? But the breath will do a digestive process. And then the awareness of the person concerning their body and the emotion is really helpful, and it's really key in this process, how they feel it, because that's what will allow people to go out of your session and be able to detect all that outside in their daily lives. They will be able to do the same, to say, oh, I'm feeling it here. Or someone tells them something, oh, come with me to this. No, my belly just contracted. I don't feel like.
So,
There's something,
sorry.
yeah, no, tell me.
So do I get this right? Because I was also drifting a bit away that when you work, so when I, for example, work with someone and I lead them into their body to look for a sensation or essentially to identify an emotion, and if they're incapable of doing that, but they have a sensation maybe, I then lead them through one of these digestive or fire breathing exercises with the intention of connecting to the emotion or maybe even to be able to name the emotion. Because I work with a lot of men who are not able to name their emotion, let alone actually to feel the body sensations, but the body sensation is a bit more present to them as opposed to being able to name them.
Yes.
And we go through the breathing and then see what comes up, but see them how
Yes.
it comes up when placing the hands again there or somewhere
There.
else.
Yes. Yes. Or wherever it is that
Yeah.
they need it. Yes, exactly. Be sure to let space and let time. That means when you ask the question the first time and they're touching, sometimes emotions need a little bit of space
Mhm.
to show up. So space in this case is time.
Mhm.
So you touch and the person will start there connecting to that emotion if they do it, and the person might describe at one point. If you ask, what are you feeling? Well, can you know what that emotion is? And they will tell you sadness and anger, for example.
Mhm.
And then they will stay there and images will come to their mind on what is producing that and how this comes from childhood. They usually, when I do this exercise, they usually tell you, this reminds me when I was little that this and this happened. I don't even ask. They will, emotions will talk to them, and because it has the space. When you're outside repressing it, smoking, doing all these things not to feel, the emotion doesn't have space. So the emotion contracts there and just pulls and wants to talk, but we are like repressing it. And when we just leave the space, it's incredible because it's just a little bit of space of doing not much, just paying attention, and the emotion expresses. And when the emotion expresses, it's quite magical because the person knows what they need. The person knows what it needs, what she needs or he needs. Like, yeah, I feel this sadness. I don't feel held, or I don't feel I have any kind of intimacy in my life, or I don't feel, and it will come out in the most basic vocabulary sometimes. It doesn't have to be sophisticated or spiritual or complicated. It's very simple. And then once this little moment happens, if it doesn't happen, then you move on to the breath. If it happens, you move on to the breath. No matter what happens, you move to the breath. And then you let the breath do the work it needs to do. And then you check in again. And then you let that space, and the person will feel a difference. Okay? Okay?
Mm-hmm. I'm just writing down this sentence, which can be a nice tagline. No matter what, you move to the breath.
Yes, no matter what, you move to the breath. Yeah, because that's how I do it. The breath is always, yes.
What is the sentence? No matter?
No
What?
matter what,
You move to the breath.
no matter what, you just now next do the breath. If the person cries or the person, yeah, or the person doesn't or says, no, I don't feel anything, you move to the breath.
Okay.
And if after everything the person says, no, nothing happened, know that the breath will continue pushing that snowball of the energy of that emotion and this person will have a release or a moment during the week.
And do you tell them that? Or do you just let them?
Yes, no, yes, I usually tell them, even when they have the release, whether they have it or not, I always say to everyone, group sessions, individual sessions, I always say, this breath we did, we'll keep working on you because they created momentum. We're working with energy. And so this will create movement, and you will see it. Pay attention in your week, what comes to your life and what's different, what is sparking in a different way. Pay attention. And so the person tends to find answers a lot easier during the week, or have a moment of, oh, this was it, or this is the emotion that has been blocking me. It's anger, or it's this, or it's that. Usually they come up with it quite easily, because people that are doing this work are usually already have found what it is that they have going on. For me, actually, the hardest people to work with is the people that already have done a lot of work on themselves, and they have a script of what they have. So they created a script. When I was little, my father did this, and that's why I am traumatized because of this, and that's it. And I'm like, okay, let's see layers there. Let's see other sides. Let's see other experiences in your life. No, because when I was little, and so it's harder for the mind to allow the space for anything that is there to express, because you interpret it immediately. And we said, yes, I'm feeling this thing of my father that did this, and whatever comes is, yeah, because and so it's like they have built this filter, and they read reality through this filter and insight that they got once in their life. But there are many layers to things, and there are many other situations that happen and that might be behind that. No, in my case, I let the breath do the work. I don't enter too much into therapeutic work on asking all these questions, going to childhood. I avoid that the most I can. If I ask once or twice during my whole time together, I ask, are your parents dead or alive? And then they say alive or dead. And from that, I ask other questions. And then depending, the answers bring them to tell me stories that where the energy is, and where I feel, okay, behind this, there is a big story that she's really not saying because she doesn't even know. But I feel behind this main story she's telling me, there is something. It's quite fascinating because the breath does the work and does the release. And then the person comes and tells you. Next week, they will tell you. They will tell you, oh, I had this interaction with my boss this week, and it reminded me this and this and this. And I saw how when I was little, the teacher used to put me against the corner, and I saw how my father would laugh at night when I would arrive and tell them the story. He would say, oh, you're so dumb, ha, ha, ha. And this made me feel that I'm dumb, but it's a new discovery, not necessarily something they knew. It's something that the breath brings, like insight. And by acknowledging it, something starts to empower the person.
And
the breath starts.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I always think that you just you're done and then you just take a break.
No, I'm done. I could talk all night.
So you don't go there because you're not equipped, or is it because of that it's more therapeutic work, or there's no need?
I don't go there because I go to the creation, and I don't have time for both. So I have an amount of time, and my choice is to say, let's go a little bit here. The breath will do a lot of the work, and then I ask questions on what is your intention for this week? Every week I ask the person, what is your intention? How do you want to feel, and what do you want to create?
Mm-hmm.
So these are my key questions. So the breath, anything that the breath will release, all the energy will go to those two answers. Will go to whatever the person answered.
What do you want to feel?
Yeah.
And
What do you want to feel and what do you want to create? So if the person says, I have this trip and I will see my father that I haven't seen, or my mother that I haven't seen in a while, or my brother or whoever, and I never see them because they're traveling, and now I'm seeing him and we had this fight and they always judge me and I'm scared. And I ask, what do you want to create in that situation? I don't go to the why and in the childhood what happened. And no, I say, what do you want to create? And then when they do
focus
the
on
breath,
solution.
yeah, I'm more oriented because I know attention moves in that way. And when they get there, they will be hooking their attention to what they want to create and not to proving, oh, my child memory was right. Look, they're all mean to me again. Because there's a part of the brain, the reticular activation system, that whatever you feed it with will pay more attention to that. Let's say it in this way.
Yeah.
And so if they get there with the activation of the breath on what went wrong, they will see what went wrong everywhere there in that situation. And my only interest is that they can see that they have the power to put another filter and see what they want to create in that relationship.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
it's so, you understand what I mean?
yeah, it's all
Does
about
that,
focus. Where are
yes,
you focusing in?
yes. And it's very basic, really, but it's very sophisticated at the same time. It's basic because, yeah, where you put your attention there, that's what gets bigger. But it's more sophisticated because you're working with parts of the brain that are really built up for helping you in these things, but we program them unconsciously. So if someone says, I'm all day long having trouble with my boss, I hate him and this and that, I will, of course, ask about her father, about her relationship with her brothers, about, in a general way, not like going deep, just like, oh, and you have you have brothers, or you have this, or they sign up a form, and in the form there is all this information. But I used it. I said, oh, I see you have a brother. Are you in contact with him often? No, we fought. And I said, oh, okay. There is a thing now. The boss, the brother, and how is with your father the relationship? Okay. And I said, okay. So and then the person alone will say what they need to say in that moment. And then I said, okay, how I sometimes stop them there when they are in the middle of the heat. And I say, okay, stop there, check where you're feeling that emotion in your body. And they will touch that part. And then I go through this process. Okay, let's feel the emotion there. What emotion is it? And then they say the emotion, yeah, and then we move again to the breath after that little moment. And then after the breath, I do one breath usually. I teach them one breath, and then I usually lay them down to do some kind of relaxation, because in my case they expect the relaxation because I am stress resilience and breathing specialist, so they expect there is a moment of relaxation. So I do the relaxation, and I sometimes use the active breath that you did in the first session. I sometimes do just a relaxation. In any case, that's the moment where I focus the attention on the heart area and I say, what is your intention for this week? So you can do it not laying down. You can do it sitting and closing in a little like visualization meditation where they close their eyes and you just, all these, when I say it, it sounds very, what is your intention? And very dramatic. It's actually very cool said. It's very, okay, what is your intention for this week? What is it that you want to feel this week? Think about what you are up to this week. They don't tell me. It's for themselves. So I don't ask them to share that with me. I say, feel it, and take it in. And it's a very intimate moment of power with themselves. And then we do some breathing, laying down, or relaxation, some sound. Sometimes I put a little music and let them. And I have 2 or 3 exercises that work really well. Well, I have many, but I use 3 of them that are about how you see yourself in the future in that situation, that I was planning to share them with you next week when you have all the breathing locked, that you know them. So I was planning to invite you to use this exercise built up with the breath. So after doing this breath, you can add this exercise of visualizing in this way. And they're very powerful, they're very simple, but they really are easy for the person to imagine these situations, because some of them are a little bit abstract, like see yourself in this time, and you're like, hey, what? I don't know what I will be doing in 5 years. I don't know. But if these ones are for the subconscious mind, really. I read like a few books on this exercise, and one of them, I can send you the bibliography with a neuroscientist, and they did studies of the words that create a certain state of mind that are different. For example, the one that I can tell you right now that is really important is the word space. When you say the word space to someone many times, something happens in the brain that has been studied where the brain waves go into alpha very easily.
Mm.
And so, and you'll hear Dispensa's meditation, they all say every 2 words is a space. He says, now close your eyes in space. Now do this in space. And he's saying in space. And I was like, what is he saying in space? And I started searching, and I was like, oh, this research is incredible. And I think it's Harvard, or it's a big university doing this research. So all these things that I'm sharing with you, even though seem practical and here and there, all of them, all the exercise of visualization, I took them from big research that are working on how the brain behaves to this, with this. Okay, so that I want to clarify this. Okay, so what time is it? Let me check. In space.
That's funny.
Okay. Okay, so let's do the bandhas then. Let's do the modern bandha. Do you want to take a break, 5 minutes, or you're ready?
I could use
A break.
Oh, I will need 5 minutes. I don't know. I'm feeling so much tired.
Okay, now with this next exercise, you will see the difference. Okay,
Do
so let's
we,
take 5 minutes.
we still don't eat?
You want to eat? Yes, the bandhas, let me see. I wouldn't eat right now. Let's wait for the bandhas. After the bandhas, we
I'm very hungry
hungry.
because I didn't have proper lunch.
But eat something. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
10
will eat
minutes you
something.
want then?
Yeah.
10
I will
minutes?
do that.
Then 10 minutes then. Yeah, 10 so you can eat, because in 5 is too little.
Oh, see you in 10.
Okay.
Okay, see you. Yes. Mm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
Did I?
okay. It's okay. We're here.
Mhm.
Okay. How do you feel? Okay. It's intense.
Mhm.
And being two, you need, it's with you only. So when it's a group, you have other people balancing and you can withdraw a little bit, take your notes. But when you're only the two of you, you're present more, no? So it requires a little bit more energy and focus.
Mhm.
It's a good thing, but well, it requires energy. Anyway, okay, so the bandhas. The bandhas is a yogic exercise designed to basically block the flow of prana, block the flow of life force. So when you unblock it, it goes faster in whatever direction you decided. So creating that will produce a cleansing effect in the nadis, in the energy lines of the body, and in the energy centers too. The bandhas are done, were created for that. In a modern time, bandhas are being used in very interesting ways to create the impact of an emotion, a strong emotion in the body, so you can create the reality that you want. That's the basic use we're doing now. So what do I mean by that? When you go through a strong emotion, you will have the emotion itself, you will have the thought, and you will have the body contraction around that emotion. So someone tells you, oh, you're dumb when you're little, and you are contract and you feel, small, and there is in you an energy that created like a blueprint of an instant in your brain of this moment that convinces you, whatever you do, maybe I am dumb. After this, whatever you do, you're like, anything mistake you make is so strong, the imprint, because it's a very physical imprint, because the energy works in the body in a strong way in the compression. So, yes, sorry?
No.
Yes, so when this happens, you need the same amount of energy or contraction to create any new effect and rewrite that emotion or that imprint in the subconscious mind and in the body. So the modern bandhas, yogis discover that the bandhas create this effect of blocking the energy in such a way that it creates this impact in the body where the body feels like, oh God, something big is happening. The brain is saying something really big is happening for this person to be so contracted. But when you relate that contraction to a positive thought, an emotion, it has the same effect in the body, but for the positive. So yogis did it in a way. I'm not going to show the yogic way today too long because we don't have the whole time. I maybe do it next week, but I want to talk about it very in a way to set the basis for what we are going to do. So for the yogis, let me share the screen. So for the yogis, they are three main bandhas, three main locks. Bandhas mean in Sanskrit locks. So these locks are in three different parts of the body that when yogis experimented with this, they realized every time we tense these zones, contract these zones in a strong way, the glands in this area start producing happy hormones. They didn't call it happy hormones and they didn't call it in this way, but they saw there was like a vitality effect that was created in the body by doing this. Like you refresh, like if you have foggy mind, it goes. Like if you have anything that is contracting, it's like the bandhas create a flow so strong that it takes any rubbish that has been there tingling, lingering. So the three main bandhas that the yogis created were, first of all, the lower bandha. Let me take it here. Well, here you will have this information. They purify, they remove blockages, they harmonize, they accelerate the flow of blood. They help you find focus in one point when you use them. And so there are three. Let me explain. There are 3 points and 4 sequence. So the first point is the contraction of the pelvic floor. So that point is called Mula Bandha. When you contract the pelvic floor, in the case of man, it feels like it's the anus that you contract. In the case of women, it feels like it's the vagina in a way. You do that effect and it's the pelvic floor there, but to create that, you contract that zone in that way. So when you hold there, you hold it and you breathe in and you hold, that creates a whole contraction of energy in the lower centers. And then when you let it flow, energy is moving different in these centers. So
you breathe in, you hold.
Yes, you hold in every time. You breathe in and hold there. And hold. And hold and hold and hold and hold.
And then
And then you relax.
Stop holding and exhale.
Exhale.
Okay.
But this is the yogic way of doing it. In our case, I'm saying all this because it's similar what we will do, but it has some variations that are key for our work. So Mula Bandha is not advised to do when you have your menstruation. And it's not advised for a woman to do it obsessively, really, because it will create such a tension that it will tune so much the cervix area that it will lose flexibility, the cervix. And then when you have a baby, it will be harder to give birth because you are like, you have such a, it's so tuned, the muscle there, that it's harder to get flexible. So it's good to do it, but not in excess. Okay.
You can do it to recover from
You
birth.
can do it after, yeah. Yeah, that's a great, I did it a lot. I had a lot of problems with the, how do you call it? Bladder.
Mhm.
after I had my daughter, and this recovered me. They wanted to do a surgery on
Wow.
me. And I asked my yogis friends, and they said, no, do Mula Bandha, that should help. And I did Mula Bandha, and it, and now it's fine. The urinary tract, all that zone was recovered. Okay. So then the second that comes is Uddiyana Bandha. It's the middle of the body. And this one is the same. You will create such pull in of the abdominal area that it creates a curve, like not a curve. It creates a pull in.
Cóncavo.
Huh? Yes.
Cóncavo.
Yeah. I don't know how to call it. Yeah. And in this case, wait a second. Let me try to do it so I can explain it. Okay. To manage this, what you usually this you don't use in the modern bandhas. They took it out because it's the hardest part of the bandhas. And is to you pretend like you're going to take air, but you don't. That's how you manage to do. So you breathe out completely. You breathe out completely. And then you pretend you're going to take air, but you don't. And it will pull in the abdominal area in a very strong way.
Mhm. It's like I don't know in English, hypopressive exercises.
Yes, it is a little bit. A little bit. In this case, you go all in. I don't know if in hypopresses you do such a dramatic way. Here you go all in. I will do it maybe next week so we can, if you want, practice. For me, with my clients, I never do this. That's why I'm not teaching it to you in a yogic way, because I don't do this version. It's too much and it's not necessary. And so, and the third one is Jalandhara Bandha. That is the one here in the neck. We used it already once. After the fire breath, you block. And it's simply putting the chin here against this entrance, like the Adam hole there. And usually yogis will curl the tongue, but in yoga studios, they don't curl the tongue. I'm just saying how they taught it to me. You curl the tongue in this version, yeah. So when you curl the tongue and you practice enough, you will almost reach the brain from within and from the lower part. You will create a pressure that will have an impact in the hypothalamus, pineal, all the glands, just because all that is in between the palate of the mouth and those glands will push up just by you pressuring. But I'm explaining this in a way so you know, not that you need to get it today. It's so you explore a little bit, but it's so you understand where these bandhas come from, okay? The modern ones that we're going to do. Okay, so then there is, then when you can do Mahabandha, that is when you contract the three of them. When I was taught these bandhas, it was like a year of work for each bandha. That's why I can't teach it now. Like, hey, this is how you do this is how you do that, and because it would be like a whole seminar just on the bandhas and not 2 days. This is a lot of work and precise little contractions. So Mahabandha is when you do it all. And Mahabandha is the principle of what the modern bandhas. The modern bandhas are based on contracting the three bandhas. So the modern bandhas work to simply inverse the movement of apana and turn it into prana. And it works in a way moving the energy of the three basic centers up in a very powerful way. And whatever you have in mind in that moment, whatever intention you have, it will imprint the body, the impact of this tension and the movement of energy up, it will imprint the body and the brain with the intention that, or the information that you are creating such a dramatic state for. So do you get this? So for example, let me say this way. Let me give you an example. A lady came to me. She said, I have been trying to have a child since 5 years. My second child. It's my second and I don't manage. And doctors say I don't have anything wrong. My body is perfect, but I don't manage. And I feel my body, something broke since I have COVID. She said, since I had COVID. And that now less than ever I will be. I had fever, I was at the hospital, I was almost dying, and I felt something in my body died. And I fear I won't be able to have this child. So I said, okay, I understand. So we did the session, optimal breathing, breathings to calm. And then I did the bandhas. And then I said to her, okay, what is your intention? And she said, well, I want to have this baby because my daughter this and that, and I always dream of a baby because of this. And she goes on with her dream. And then I said, okay, now we're going to move the energy in your body to understand that your body has everything you need to make that happen. And we're going to activate your body in a way. She had a miscarriage also, like 2 years before. And she said, since I had that miscarriage, I think my body broke and it won't, I feel like something in my body rejected that baby. And I am like a baby rejector, let's say. And I said, because it was very strong the way she had the miscarriage. And I said, okay, we need to produce in her brain a new memory of her capacity and her intention, but that it's physical too, because that was so physical that it needs to be a very strong exercise that will create a new imprint. And we started working with the bandhas that I will show you now. And she loved it. She was like addicted to the bandhas. And we did that exercise and she said something shifted in my energy. I could feel something change. And a month and a half later, she said, I am late with my menstruation, but I know it's not a baby because I go through every month through this and that. She got pregnant. She has her second baby. And she now comes with her partner to all my sessions here in Berlin, you know, and her partner started coming here with his company. His company started working with me. Like it became like, and her baby is healthy, beautiful. She had a beautiful pregnancy. The bandhas created in her, of course, I created some work also outside. I said, okay, let's nurture your body in a different way. And she said, yeah, I did a course on smoothies. I signed up of healthy smoothies. The smoothie did something, but it's more her intention. It's more her sense that her body is getting vital.
The placebo effect.
Totally. And you use it to the max. It's one of the most powerful things that exist to help your brain create the messages it needs to inform the rest of the body on what we are up to now. And the magic of the bandhas is that it creates the emotional state and the vibration of the body and the cells, like everything in you is saying, I'm going for this. Whatever I had going on till now, it's not happening. Now I'm creating a new wave. And the magic of this is that whatever thought you're having is creating a chemistry, and whatever chemistry you're having is creating a body reaction and an emotion and a body reaction, and whatever body reaction and emotion you're having is creating your life and is creating new beliefs, and those beliefs produce new thoughts, and then these new thoughts create new energy, new chemistry that is the same if it's always the same loop. So if you're saying, I can't have a baby, my life is depressed, my body is broken, you create the chemistry of that. Acidity, a very hostile environment in your body that is not apt for anything, basically. You're little by little diminishing your body capacities. If she continued, not because the baby, her digestive system was going to collapse, because she's telling herself all the time these thoughts. And she's creating the chemistry in her of these thoughts. And then that chemistry reinforces in her world through the interactions, that instead of seeing the positive, she will see everything that is confirming that state. Because the reticular activation system, that is the system in charge of attention, will say, pay attention to everything that proves that you and your body are broken. And so she will see her friends with a baby and says, yeah, but I can't, my body is broken. And she will go to she would tell me, I don't want to go to parties with my friends anymore. They all have a second child. And every time I see them, I confirm I'm useless now as a woman. Imagine those strong words. What is causing in your body?
But like, you use the bandhas while you're visualizing.
You will see. I will teach you now. This is I'm giving you the base so you can know the power of it and the potential on which you can use it for. And I have used it for many things. And she practices the bandhas still. She says, for anything I feel a something in me not like having a weird thought or chemistry, I use the bandhas to say, no, body, emotions, thoughts, this is where I want to go. And I use the bandhas. And it creates this movement of energy. Anyway, I get it carried away. So, okay. So, inside of the spinal cord, there is.
I was curious about that.
Yes, because that's all the work it is doing. It's through the spinal cord. So the bandhas is not only an energy exercise concerning energy as ethereal thing that you can't see, but it creates a very mechanical movement in the body. It creates a very mechanical movement in the body where the tail, to start with, every time you inhale, the sutures, and I always forget to say this, but it's really key, of the scalp open up a little bit. They don't open like open. It's like you couldn't see it with your bare eyes, but they do a little movement of expansion. And every time you breathe out, they get back together again. So the idea is that when you breathe, the spinal fluid, with the movement of the perineum, you create a mechanical movement that pushes the spinal fluid up with the inhalation. And the spinal fluid which reach the brain, the base of the brain, and then the brain, the cranium, and the space in between the cranium and the brain. And the spinal fluid will do it with such a pressure, that it will do in 30 seconds, 1 minute, what it takes 12 hours to do usually. So if you would take a molecule of a protein of the spinal fluid, and you will follow the speed up, it will take you 12 hours to go up and down. Here, it goes in one shot because of the pressure you create with the bandhas and the mechanical physical pressure. Because of this pressure, it kicks the hypothalamus and pineal glands up there. It's like a kick you get. And it's very particular because these glands will start sending the message to the other glands to regulate. And they will create a special kind of balance depending on what was your intention, really. And because it's part of what the brain got as an information, let's say, as an order before you started this process. So you set an intention before doing the bandhas, then you do the bandhas around 5 times, and then you let the body rest and you let the body integrate the new movement of energy. Okay? So, you have any questions?
So many, but
Yeah, okay. Let's do it once and you can feel it maybe, and then you ask, or you want to, or they're relevant to what we just
No.
spoke.
Yeah, it's more just like, wow, so many information. I'm
I
sure.
know. That's why it was for next Saturday in another state in the morning. I mean, in the first part of the session and all, but I think it's a good thing to have.
Yeah.
Okay, so that energy that you usually use for the baby, for all of these things, you're going to pull it up, and it's very important in the bandhas that when you do the contraction, you have the intention very clear that your attention is at the top of the head. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to start. I can't show you really because I would have to have something that you can measure how my perineum is contracting. So I can't really show you, but I will explain while I do it. So usually in the bandhas, you take 3 breaths first, optimal breaths. And in the last breath, in the last exhalation that you do it longer. So you do the last exhalation, emptying the air, not completely like, ooh, like emptying, but longer. And then when you're ready, you're going to breathe like if you're sucking the air, for women through your vagina, for men through your, not anus, but all the zoning of the perineum down there. And it's like the air is entering from there up, crossing your whole spine and getting to the top of the head. So you breathe in and you hold the air at the top of your head. And after, when you're holding there, then you're going to contract the perineum, contract the lower and upper abdomen, contract the chest and neck here, and then move and keep contracting and pushing the air up to the top of the head. So I'm going to do it once. So I breathe out. And now I take air. I put my attention at the top of the head. And now I contract the perineum, lower abdomen, upper abdomen, chest, neck, and up. And I will start pressuring down there. For women, it feels like you're almost looking for an orgasm. But instead of, you're feeling that tingling sensation and you're pushing up and you're pushing up and you're pushing up and you push up to the top of the head and you push up, focus at the top of the head, push up. It looks a little bit dramatic when you do it. I want to clarify that every client I have had, no matter from a CEO to someone that doesn't have a profession, like a hippie person, let's say it like that, from all of them, they have done it and got powerful results. And no one resisted to it. No one thought it was weird. No one, anyone. Everybody got on the bus and did it. And it was like, wow, this is strong and I can feel something happen. And I clarify because when I teach this to be taught, it's like, in what moment I will introduce this in my practice. It's like, it's so strong that it's, what are you laughing at, Tomas?
Just you. I mean, I'm laughing with you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
And I have a question that when
Yeah.
you are doing the pushing, you fall out from this position with the neck
yeah.
and it opens, but you still contract it.
Yeah, it will, okay. Passion kills contraction in this. Let me say it like this. So the idea is that I'm saying, for example, I have now a very heavy energy around, I don't know, around achieving something. Many people come, okay, money, for example, money. I have a heavy energy about money. If I deserve money, if money arrives to me, if money is a big deal. So my intention is to find with all my body, mind, emotions, clarity on money. That I deserve money, that money is coming to me right now, actually. And no matter my history, no matter my personal story, no matter what I went through, I am now ordering my body, my energy, my mind, and my emotions to be open to the money that is already there coming to me that I'm not letting in. For example, I'm giving an example. And so I will breathe in 3 times, optimal breathing. And of course, you can also do a little exercise on dreaming what you want to do with the money. How do you see yourself with the money? What is this money about? So you create a little bit of passion about this, of excitement. So when the person is a little bit with that clarity, okay, this is where I want to go, you will ask them to breathe 3 times optimally. And the last time they will release the air completely. And they're taking air. When we start, I say, okay, now you take air through the vagina, if it's a woman, of course, to the perineum, and let that air go through your spine and go up. Your attention now is up at the top of your brain, of your head. And now you contract the perineum, you contract the lower abdomen, upper abdomen, chest, neck, and up, and you push up. And this moment when I'm pushing, it might open, but it's because I'm excited and I want to make that opening happen, you know? So that passion and that opening and that engagement is more important than the perfection of the position. Okay?
Okay.
But like when you're trying to suck the air with your vagina, you're already contracting the muscles.
Maybe, actually, the way many people do it, Dispenza, for example, he teaches it in a way where you contract while you breathe in. So you go, he says, okay, now let's take a big deep breath through your perineum and throughout the spine, and you will contract. So while you're taking the breath, you contract the perineum, the lower abdomen, the upper abdomen. But for me, it's impossible to contract the abdomen while you're taking the breath. So I always take the breath first and then contract, and push whatever is left of that breath. I bring it home to the top of the head, the little bit left needed. You know what I mean? But try it both and you will see what I mean. Because until you don't try it, you don't understand how it feels in the body.
Okay, so what you do is like you inhale and then you
I
close.
inhale and I place the attention here, and then I start locking down, the vagina in our case, locking the lower abdomen, upper abdomen, chest, neck, and then pushing up. And I will create this contraction there and pushing up. And you will feel that tingling going up, and you will feel something happening here. And when you're done, you're like, whoa, what happened?
And how can you place your attention in the top of your head while placing your attention?
Well, you place it first on the top of your head and you say, that's my goal. And
Okay.
then you contract and go up, up, up to your goal. And then you keep it there because you reach your goal. And then you keep contracting. And what I do with my clients is I always guide them. They never, I don't do this just telling them once. I guide them through the whole of it. Like the 5 times I did it with this lady, every time I would guide the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Only one person I didn't guide was a CEO that he needed to always do things on his own. And I explained once and he was already doing it. And I was like, hey, wait. But he did it fine. Okay, but let's do it once.
Yes.
And so you can see how it feels. And very important, the body will feel resistance with this exercise because the body is used to controlling the chemistry in the body. What do I mean? When you have a pattern of behavior, it's because your body has an addiction to certain chemistry in your body, to certain release of hormones that happen in certain times of the day. And your body wants to get that. So if you're depressed and low energy, your body will tend to say, yeah, nothing works. I don't want to do this exercise. Nah, it's too late. It's too this, you know, because this exercise will produce a different effect. And this exercise is for you to take control of that body and change the chemistry on the spot, because it will change the chemistry immediately of your body. And you can't be complaining and after doing this, keep complaining. Okay? But so for some people, it will create resistance because the body doesn't want to lose control. It wants its system, that the system that has helped him survive till then, because you might be sad or heavy but you're alive. And for the brain, that's enough. Okay, let's do this. Let me close here so I can see you. Okay. Okay. So we get the back straight. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. We get the back straight there and we bring an intention. Let's use it now for whatever you're needing this week or today. Let's just use it. So you bring your intention there. Let's take some breaths, normal breaths, just to invite the intention there. What is it that you want to feel around something? What is it that you want to create? And you imagine this exercise as a door to that new way of living life. Okay, now you take 3 breaths, optimal breaths. And the last one, you make a long release. And when you're done releasing, you take a breath and you feel how it's going through your spine. You imagine that and you take that breath up towards the top of the head. You hold the breath there hold it, and now you contract your perineum, your lower abdomen, your upper abdomen, your chest, your neck, contract it there, and go up. Contract that vagina there, contract the perineum there, and up. Pulse up, that energy up to the top of the head. Come on, push it up to the top of the head. Feel how something is going to the top of the head. Take that spinal fluid to the top of the head. Push it up, push it up. Yeah, release. Yes, good. Good. Yes, you stay there a little bit. We're going for the second one now. Yes, the second one. And now you just take one breath, normal breath, and in the exhalation, you exhale all of it there, and then you take air. And you put your attention at the top of the head, taking the air, the prana also at the top of the head, holding there, and you contract perineum, lower abdomen, upper abdomen, chest, neck, top of the head. Push it up, top of the head. Come on, push it up. You can do this. You can do this. Oh, hold it at the top of the head. Hold it at the top of the head. Hold it there, hold it, and release. Yes, energy starts moving. Feel how energy is starting moving. Something is shifting maybe. Jolie is like, what?
Wow.
Yes, okay, feel it there. Feel it. And now we bring again our intention. What was that intention? And it's something meaningful for us. So we're going to give it all. And we're educating the body now on how to be to get this intention happening, what chemistry it needs. We ask the brain to produce that chemistry, and we are creating that intensity in us that will create momentum for our intention to be expressed. So here we go. We take a breath and we release the air till the end in the exhalation. And then we take a big breath from the vagina, perineum, up, spine to the top of the head. Hold it there and contract perineum, lower abdomen, upper abdomen, chest, neck, top of the head. Push it up the top of the head. Come on, you can do this. Push it. Feel how it reaches the brain there. Push it. Come on, push it there. Push it. Come on, a little bit more. Hold it, top of the head, hold it, and release. Yes. Energy is moving there. And relax the shoulders and the neck. Let the energy move. Apana is now flowing up much more now. So it's like it's a push, and now apana will become prana. It's starting to go up and up and up. And you're in a different state. If we were with a lot of foggy mind, you would feel now like something really changed.
What is apana?
Apana is the breath, is the flow of breath, a flow of energy that goes down, that makes everything in our body get out of the body. Like when we cry, when we have menstruation, when we have a baby, all the things that come out of the body are controlled by this force. And when we are very tired, or we think we are defeated and life is hard and things are heavy, apana is flowing very fast and you're losing a lot of energy. Something is draining your energy in your life, usually. And so people can't have the energy to change anything when they don't have the flow inversed, because they don't have the energy. Something
Oh.
will collapse.
Yeah. So
And they-
this one is to do the
Yes,
opposite.
this is the one I use basically in my sessions, in private and in groups. I do this when I want to set an intention and have the body, mind, emotions backing up that intention and energy. So when you do this, there's something that shifts. And now when I think about this thing that I wanted, there's not this energy, yeah, but no. There is something, okay, okay, something is happening here. Of course, you need to do it. We did it only 3 times. I usually do it 5 to 6 or 10. It varies with the person depending on what they need. With this lady, for example, I did it 5 times every time. And I ask her to do it every day.
And then you do it later on the same intention.
Yes, if you feel that's the intention you need. Sometimes we adjust intentions, and on the way we realize it's that intention, but with this little adjustment. And yeah, but you do it. In her case, it was the same intention. It was the same intention all the time.
I'm super curious about what was Tamas' experience.
The first one was I felt like I didn't take a big enough breath, so it was a bit like I was running out of breath when I was pushing, so I actually had to take a breath again because I was like about to suffocate. And it was very interesting because after that, I was feeling that I just pushed out the energy halfway through my spine. So I could feel that only half of my spine was in this new activated state, and then the other half was not. So that was actually quite powerful. And then a second one, it was a bit better. I had a lot more air. And then the third one, I had like really strong. Like the third one, I realized that, okay, I have to breathe a bit differently. I have to really take a longer breath. And then I was also thinking that because in the first one I was taking too long time to contract my muscles, and also my mind drifted out for a second because we have a big constitutional issue in Hungary right now that is keeping me awake.
So you're checking.
The president was just resigning because she gave like, I don't know, asylum for a pedophile. And she was the president of a woman who is like all about child protection but you know this mafia
Okay.
government we have here, it's a bit weird.
Terrible.
Anyway, so I was thinking of her in the first one, and then in the third one I had no thoughts. I was thinking of my intention, and then it was very powerful.
Yes, but thank you for sharing that. I think you need to get used to that you will run out of breath, because the point is that you hold it till the end, until you can't hold it anymore. When I do it alone, I hold it till I can't hold it anymore. I don't hold it till it feels comfortable. So, and when I do it with my clients, I see them turning red. And I see them doing a big effort, because that's where the power of this, of the passion, of the impact in the body is being shaken, and it's like you're taking the control again and saying, no, now you do as I say, and we are going to create this, not whatever thing you had there in mind to keep me in a bed in total heavy energy or whatever I was the person is experiencing before. And so it's to tell the body, no, now we are powering up this, and we are making this happen, and I am in control now. We give the control to my consciousness now.
Yeah, it's powerful. And I don't know if you talk about the intention, but mine is related to the sobriety. And I'm meeting with some friends today that always smokes weed. I'm not afraid of this situation, but I thought like, okay, let's power it a bit even more with this. And now I just feel this I haven't felt this kind of energy for a while that I'm feeling right now. So it's what it's gonna do.
Yes. Great, great. If you go there, I always do this. It works great when I am going through a habit change and it's related to doing things with people and that they might offer me that I am changing as a habit. I always have this plan B and it always works. Like when they will offer me this, I will answer this phrase and do this. And it's really good for my brain when I'm there, not to feel like, how do I come up with something? Because when I have to come up with something, I just doubt and they say, okay, one, you know? But then when I have my plan B, I say the phrase and then I say, and let me do this. That is what I'm planned. So it works. It has worked for me before in a very efficient way. When I'm doing diets or when I'm doing things like that, where you're going to a party and there's a big cake and you're like, oh. But I have already my phrase when they will offer me, you want a piece? And I said, no, thank you. And then I drink another thing, a glass of water at that moment. But the fact that my brain has an activity to do, it really takes your attention out of the obsession. In your case, you're now in another spot and in another kind of exploration, maybe because you're feeling that you don't like it when you think about it. But it's a good thing to have a plan B there.
Because I already had an 8-month break before, and these guys, we already have a pattern when I don't use it. So it'll be easier to say no to them because they
Okay,
like,
that's great.
we're gonna
That's
push
great.
it. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, and you, Jolie, well, how did it feel?
Hmm. I actually find it very pleasurable, like physically.
Hmm.
I was super sleepy because I feel really tired
Hmm.
and I feel like my body I'm awake
Hmm.
and I felt a lot of electricity
Hmm.
and yeah, it was.
Good.
So every time I try a new breath, like it's my favorite one. No, this is
And now this is your favorite.
my
This is the
favorite.
one. This is the one I think that would work great for your people. I think it could turn on the body in a different way. It's a breath that incorporates many elements. It's not a breath. It's really it's called a Kriya exercise in yoga, but it's a breath because you use the breath, of course, but it has so much to it, more than just the act of breathing. That
And it has something similar to the Jacobson relaxation because you know that so you feel
you
when
tense and then you yes,
release, there is a pleasurable sensation. So
yes.
also adds the feeling of control. So sometimes when you feel you don't control anything in your life, you might start by trying to control small things or I don't know.
Yes. And I think that this breath could awaken a lot in the brain for the people you're working with, like at the level of the chemistry of the brain. It could give a kick to those that are having hard time being sensitive to pleasure. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
think because it connects the sexual aspects of yourself with the brain. It's really a very precise work you're doing here.
It's like rewiring you.
Yes. It's rewiring you and rewiring you because it gives you an experience, not just a thought, or you know what I mean? It gives you a whole experience that whatever you're thinking around that experience
is associated with that body.
Associated with that, and then you can build up on that a lot. So we can discuss this in another moment, but I think this is a good start, a good a breath that I would, a dynamic or an exercise that I would apply if I was trying to awaken something in someone.
Yeah, awakening is the word that is very.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah,
Precise.
because it's an awakening of a part of them that is not reacting. Yeah, and when they
I
awaken
think
that part, it's
people, I have the window, like the curtains open. I feel like if someone is watching,
you were there like,
it's like,
"Woo,
ah.
woo." What is she doing? What did she buy there? Yeah, my neighbors are used to here. They all see me through the window here. But I understand for someone that is new for them, it can be a shock. Anyway, okay, so this is really good. So, okay, but maybe this one we do need to explain it. You need to explain it to me if you want to practice it with others, because this one is a different level of, no?
Yeah.
So do
Mm.
you prefer to explain it next week and you work on it, or you yeah? And
Yeah.
then, and like that, you're more focused, because we did a lot today, and it has been very intense in
'Cause
the
I was
amounts
also
of,
thinking to myself that, like, because you said you studied the bandhas 1 year each, and then I was thinking to myself,
yeah, but the older bandas. These
yeah, but
modern
still,
are,
like,
yeah.
how
Yeah.
do I become authentic in, passing this? I mean, I know if I do it myself, a lot of the times I usually learn a lot about these techniques in a way that
Yeah.
I can add my flavor to it, but I was just, having that thought of how do I become authentic in this without having that deep yogic training. Because it feels like that with some other breathings, it's okay. But with this one, I feel a bit borderline. And I
Yeah, I
can,
understand that that can feel in that way. I thought that until I never taught this before.
Mhm,
I only show it to people until I went to Joe Dispenza seminars,
mhm,
and I saw how he was teaching it to people, and he doesn't teach any breath at all, only this.
mhm.
And I saw he says, just do this, just do that, and you had 1,500 people with loud music, because he uses a music like da 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 dum da dum da dum da 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 da, like that, and him shouting with a mic, hold it, and I was
Oh
like,
my God, I'm imagining.
yeah, and it's very strong, and it's so funny because when after doing it there, I brought an audio that he gives you. And I was doing it in my house with the audio that he did it. And I said, let me do it now in calm in my house. And my daughter passes, and it's very early in the morning, and I'm doing this, and my daughter passes, and she says, what are you doing? You have a man screaming in your ears, shouting in your ears stuff? What are you doing? And I'm like, I had to explain the whole thing. And she was like, oh, okay. But it was so loud that she could hear the, hold it.
This
No,
is
so
Dispenza.
Joe Dispenza, yeah. This is his main tool. He
Yeah.
works with this mainly. This is the way he starts any meditation. And after that, he meditates for an hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
So guiding the person, repeating, half of that hour is him repeating whatever thing and space, whatever thing and space. Like, now focus on your eyes and space. And now in space. And they're fantastic meditations or visualizations for achieving goals, for achieving chemistry in the body. It really produces, he says it's a quantum leap, what he's producing with this technique.
Quantum
Leap, because he says when the pineal gland has the capacity to look for information in the quantum field. So he speaks about all of that. I'm very careful when I speak about all of this, not to mix science, bits of science from everywhere. I don't like to do that. I don't feel comfortable doing that. So for me, it's more simple, and it's really powerful, and it's simple explaining. For him, he really explains about the quantum physics and how you create reality with this breath, by collapsing space and time, because you lose the notion of space and time with this breath. And then that collapse creates an entrance to this quantic world where you can
reality where you can
impact it.
Want
and
to.
create what you want, let's say. So, but okay, so is it clear in you, the breath? You feel you have it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do it once more, or is too much for you? You're
I
like,
I say let's go for it.
okay, let's go for it. So let's do.
I mean, what about you, Jolga?
No, I really want to do it.
It's time to create some new lives. So
You remind me your father sometimes, Yoli.
I'm gonna have a different intention.
With that faces
I'm
that you
his
do,
daughter.
like I want to. Okay, okay, okay. So, so back straight. We close any window that we have there in the computer, so you can really focus. Okay,
Put you on session.
and now you take a moment to bring an intention there that can be the same you worked on. It can be another one. And it's how you want to feel around that intention. What is it that you want to create and how you want to feel creating it and when you create it, when it's done. And now we take 3 breaths. And in the last exhalation, you're going to release the air till the end. And when you're ready, you take air, inhale through your vagina, perineum, and up through the spinal cord, up to the top of the head, and you lock the air there. And now you contract perineum, lower abdomen, upper abdomen, chest, neck, and top of the head. Come on, push it top of the head. Push it top of the head. Feel that sensation there. Feel that sensation. Contract the perineum, top of the head. Push up the energy. You push it up and hold it at the top of the head. Push it up, hold it at the top of the head. Hold it, hold it, hold it, and release. And stay there and just keep your eyes closed and stay there, feeling how energy keeps moving upward now. And we're going to go for a second round. And you take 1 breath and let the air go till the end there. And when you're ready, you take air through the perineum or vagina, up through the spine, up to the top of the head. Hold it there. Contract perineum, lower abdomen, upper abdomen, chest, neck, top of the head. Come on, hold it at the top of the head. Push it up, top of the head, push it up. Yes, you can do this. Come on, push it up. That body of yours is now, come on, aligning with your intention. Push it up, top of the head, top of the head, top of the head, and release. And relax, shoulders, neck. Yes, there was a lot of tension. We relax. Very good. And we are going to do a last round. So before we start, just bring your intention again there to your awareness. And it's like you're planting a seed of intention, and the energy is going to nurture it and give it life. And breathe. And now we take a breath and we release the air completely there till the end. And now you take air through the spine, bring it up to the top of the head, hold it there, and now contract perineum, lower abdomen, upper abdomen, chest, neck, top of the head. Come on, take it to the top of the head, push it up, contract that perineum and push it up, feel how it goes up to the top of the head. Come on, yeah, you can do this, push it up, yeah. Push it up. Feel how some spinal fluid is getting there. It's getting to the brain, in the top of the head by the contraction. Wow, it's really good. Come on, push it up, push it up. Hold it till you can't do it anymore. Hold it, release. There you go. Now stay there, feeling how the energy is moving in your body, and something in your brain has changed. And something in your body has changed. This is impacting your memories, the way you see the world. This is impacting brain connection, neuronal connection, chemistry in the body. Your system is not the same. Your body, mind, emotions, and energy, your energy body is not the same. The energy of the energy body is more active now. Good. How do you feel?
You do look so calm.
Me, you mean?
You both. Like,
Ah, yes. Yeah, to me, this breath centers me a lot. It grounds me.
I've done
Yeah.
a lot of intense breath work before in my life, so I think I just learned how to
integrate the impact of it.
Yeah, but inside it's quite not calm.
A lot is moving and yes, yes.
okay,
Do you
okay.
feel it's a breath you could guide your people into? Because you were saying you felt it was at the edge. But do you feel you could?
Yes, but I need to do a lot of practice.
Practice. Okay, so we will do practice next Saturday more, like you guiding it. I mean practice. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes. It doesn't matter. It's about getting it. Yeah, so don't worry too much about that. And I think we could also revise the others a little bit. Like you share the others. So we already have them locked in. You can choose your favorite ones if you want, or, you know, but I think we need to revise. And there are others that I want to share with you, but it would be too much now. I think bandhas, it's too much to add something after it. Sometimes I do the bandhas and I do the breath work, active breath work.
Active.
What do you mean?
The one that you lay down and do that one.
And in which
Sometimes-
order? You start with the bandhas and then you do the active breath work?
Yeah, and that's the only thing I do during the session as a breath. I mean, it's enough. So we had the conversation, we talk, and then we do the bandhas, and then we do the active breath. Sometimes, but sometimes I just do the bandhas because it's enough.
I think I will do this combination then this week to practice.
Yes, I do it, and it's really good. It's really good.
I think I'm gonna do this. I will try to do this every morning.
Yes, yes. That's a great thing. I do it, I don't do it every morning, but I do it in mornings when I'm feeling like something is a little bit off. I
Mhm.
just sit on my couch and start doing it. Like I set an intention and then breathe in this way, and I do it 3-5 times. And the first one is very hard because my body is like, nah, 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 why are you doing this? And then like my body doesn't want to at that moment. And then I said, no, come on, you obey, you do what I say. And I
Yeah,
do it.
in the mornings, what happens to me is that I take too long to actually wake up. Like, so I wake up, but my mind needs like 1 hour to be a
Mm,
person. So I can't make decisions. I just need like 1 hour of silence and to wake up.
mm,
And sometimes I don't have that time. So,
mm.
well, I
So
never have.
this, so this could be a good option to, yeah.
Mm.
Sometimes I do it and then I enter into meditation.
Hmm.
I do it, and then when I'm in this release phase, I just start meditating, and it's really good too. I combine it in all sorts of ways, but to people, I never do it and after a meditation. I always do it and then breath work. I never do something softer with people after this. And
No.
some people say, this was enough. I can't do more. This was enough. Wow, I'm turned like, wow. They live all happy, feeling, yes, I'm ready. And
Mhm. So like 5, it's okay. I think it's a good
yes,
number.
5 is good. 5 is good. 5 is good. And the reason why I have these 12 sessions is because imagine when you can do every week accountability on this and have the person do it again and have the person go deeper and have the person go in another layer. So it really builds up momentum in a very powerful way.
Mhm.
What's up? That you were going to say something and then you swallowed it?
Yes, because I don't have it clear, but and that wasn't my initial intention, but now I think it can be a path. So I'm working with like very severe mental conditions. I'm on a project about suicide.
Hmm.
So I need tools for myself.
Yes.
At the same time, I need to work, like to make some money.
Mm.
But I feel like I will not have enough disposition to be dealing with more of that.
Mm.
It's too much.
I understand. I understand.
And I was thinking if there was a way, not trying to be short on something that it can be very powerful, but trying to have perhaps something that is a short training for people for very specific purpose. So imagine someone dealing with anxiety.
Mm.
I'm not going to treat that person, but I can help her to, with 2 or 3 breathing techniques
Mm-hmm.
and work with the person just 1 to 3 sessions because I
Yes.
don't have even I don't have time to
Yes.
clients, and
Yes.
I never know where I'm gonna be, like in Spain or in Portugal. So it's not like it should be something más puntual.
Yes,
And
I
I'm thinking
understand.
about it as a kind of a solution for me, and
I
that
understand. I understand. I think we can talk more about this. I think Yes, you could do that. And do you, well, we need to talk apart about that, about how you, like if you are obliged to charge like with the government, like you work through the health insurances or like, because depending on that, you can do whatever. When it's health insurance or all, it's very rigid in a way, the way
Yeah.
you need to work. But when it's not health insurance and when you're charging private and when you're working in private, you can do all sorts of combinations. You can do basically what you want. And
Mhm.
so I think, yeah, the three sessions, I see them really working. If it's for, especially you have already other kinds of tools.
Mm.
You know, so all the part of the mind and all those protocols, you have them already very well set up, and it will be working with the breath in those precise things. Once you diagnose, oh, okay, this is high levels of anxiety, this is that, and then you decide what breath protocol you follow. I mean, when you're working with people, you can reach out and tell me, Raquel, this person is like this, and it's a new client, and I want to do 3 sessions, and I was thinking about doing this, this, and this. What do you think? And I can give you feedback.
Mhm.
And like that, you build up a few protocols that you apply here, there. And with time, you will build them up on the spot. With time, because these are just basic breathing techniques. I have so many more. There's so much.
Mhm.
But I can't give them all in one certificate. It's too much
Of course.
for you to really learn them. And so I was thinking to have a space once a month of 1 hour or 2 where we maybe meet all the groups that I have taught or people that want to learn more or whoever, and go through a breathing technique or go through protocols, whatever people are needing and asking, and then refresh them, give new ones, ask questions and have answers and share experiences of others. Like I'm solving this in this way, or I have this case and it's complicated, or whatever. But a space, you know, so we can feel contained and
Space. Space.
a space. And it's in purpose that I'm saying space all the time.
It's in space or just space?
Space is the word. It's
Space.
space. Like it's, yeah, it was they did with electroencephalogram this test, and they would say words to people, but it is a long research. They would say just the word cosmos, 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 and see what the brain did at one point. And
Yeah,
the
but
only
like,
word, yeah, was
they
space.
did it in different languages because
No, they did it in English. That's a good idea. That's a good question. I will write to Dispenza and ask him about this. This is
And
interesting.
what about doing this online? Because I mean, how much of the what's your percentage of your online work?
Oh, you mean me? You're asking me. Ah,
Yes,
I
yeah,
thought you were
sorry.
telling Jolibel, why don't you do it online? Okay, my percent is right now about 60% online and 40% in person,
Wow, okay.
more or less. Yeah, yeah. So I have now many clients online, and I actually want to go more online, even if it's not the ideal for me. I love to see clients in person, but it allows me a freedom of being able to travel to do what I, you know, in the future. My daughter is soon going to a school, a boarding school that she wants to go. So that would mean I have much more time during the year for myself. And if I could go 15 days here or there, it would be great not to have to interrupt with my clients, but just do it. And so that would be amazing that I can have, but I'm not intending
from
this series.
15 days to Portugal.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. I have been looking forward there, or yeah, to go there. I don't know Portugal. haven't visited ever.
Mm.
And I have, yeah, I have so many people saying, "Whoa!" I
Tell
have
me
one.
Portugal for a while.
The colors in Portugal are so amazing.
I
No
don't
one
know.
else has seen
Really,
these colors with the
What?
sunset. The colors.
the colors.
Ah,
The
the
color.
color. Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I have someone that is living, she was living in Berlin and moved to Portugal, to Lisbon, from the past group that I did. She was going to come today. They were all going to come, and then they had another thing, and they went to the other thing. But so she has been telling me, come to Portugal, come to Portugal. Anyway, but I do think you can do it online, this. I do even the breath work session, people lay down, they do the whole thing.
Mhm.
And with different people, you do different things. There are some people that love the laying down, the active breath. Other people's prefer just to sit all the sessions, and I have to force them sometimes to do that breath when I think they really need it. So it varies. But I think a protocol of 3 sessions, it works fine. You build up and you will see how it turns out, if you need one more, if the person needs one more at one point, or you can do 3 sessions and then in 1 month we see each other again, a follow-up, or see, you know?
Yeah, it should be something like totally online because I don't have any conditions to do it differently.
Yeah.
And it's something really specific. Even though like depression and anxiety, they often come alone, but the main situation I understand people are suffering, and it's the first mental health
Yes. Well,
anxiety. And so something very,
with
specific.
the breath we did in the first cycle, all of them will serve you
Yeah.
for that. So all of them will serve you for that. You can create your own protocol with them. And I would add, if necessary, the bandas too. Even if it's a very activating breath, it can put order.
Yeah.
You know, it
Yeah,
can
and
organize
unlock and make things flow.
Yes, it can create this compact feeling that sometimes anxious people are all over the place, and it feels like I don't know where I'm going, I don't see the future clear, I'm not this and that. And then with this, it's like you take the
There is something that I have been thinking about. So I started to do my own breathing many years ago, and what I always did was following the yoga, the little book I have. I always do like inhaling, putting the air here, then I added the pause in the middle, then I exhale, emptying everything, and then a pause. But what do I feel every time I do the pause at the end or in the middle? I feel like like an anguish.
yes.
I feel something that is like, it's very similar to where when you're worried or
Yes, I know.
anxious. Like, so it's not good. It doesn't feel good. I feel like,
Yes, you mean when you do the pause after the exhalation or the inhalation? No matter, or when?
both. When
Yeah.
I keep the air like this, I even can like feel.
Yeah, I understand that it's being forced and that it doesn't feel natural. Like it's
Anxiety. Like,
anxiety. Yes. Well, I think it's normal. In yoga, that pause is called kumbhaka, and it's a pause that yogis use because the mind gets in a more passive state when you do it. But it can happen too that when your mind knows that you're entering into passive state, the mind doesn't want to leave control usually. And it will create a chemistry of agitation. It can happen. And so when you do the pause, unless it's very gently, that is very natural, that you almost don't feel it, and I will suggest you improve it like that, like the optimal breath, but you do it, when you do the optimal breath, you really respect what your body is needing. So if your body is already feeling anxious, that was too long. You can't arrive to the anxiety moment. You need to breathe in almost 1 or 2 seconds after. You know what I mean?
Yes, but it seems like every time I stop, it's not the time that I stop because I can't really hold my breath for now,
time.
not minutes, but for long. but as soon as I stop, it's like I feel I don't have air. It's something weird.
Yeah, but it's normal. I think it's very normal. Like the brain is, it's scared of not having more breath, not having more air. Like it's a protective mechanism. Many people, more than we think, have, for example, they can't meditate, they can't do the optimal breathing easily because they get anxiety to the fact that the brain starts saying, I am going to die. I'm not going to breathe anymore. You're stopping the, you know, like, but it's very animal. It's not, it's very, it's an impulse. It's not that you control that. It's an impulse that the body starts, usually they will explain that the CO2 tolerance is too low. And so, you know, when your CO2 tolerance is too low, then you will react immediately with panic. If it's too low, you react with panic as soon as you don't have air, or you even have the idea of not having air can cause that.
When I do the pause, I feel like the movement I do with my body, it's associated with anxiety.
I
So
understand. I understand. I understand.
I need to kind of break.
When is after the exhalation, it shouldn't be the case. Usually it's a natural pause. It's the pause when we have already, when it's the pause of the breathing organs and breathing muscles relaxed. So it's like if you would say, okay, now it's done. It's not a pause that you are forcing, it's the natural pause. The natural pause is after the exhalation. That's the moment where the diaphragm is in resting mode. So that pause is the one that it's used the most to create calm. The other pause implies that everything is contracting.
Okay.
So it must be there must be a difference for you too. Maybe you need to pay more attention in what's the difference in both, because I think there will be a difference.
Great.
Okay. And another thing is that remember that when you're working with all of this, you're working with energy, and energy work is very powerful and very unknown yet still. Like we don't know so much details because it's a domain that the mind hasn't grasped yet, and maybe will never grasp because it's not the domain of the mind. The mind has its own domain where things are built up in a linear way. So for the mind, we do this, then this, then this. There is a logic to things. There is a step by step. For energy, there is no logic. Energy works with different rules or behaviors where it can skip completely something in one shot. And that's why you see so many people recovering in this kind of context. In Joe Dispenza seminars, there is like a high level of people recovering from big illnesses. Big. For me, he's too much claiming that that this breath and all cures things. For me, it's too much the claiming. But I have been there and I saw people with cancer saying, months later, I recovered after that session and I don't have cancer. And I was about to die. I was declared the last stage. And so, and this is not one person, this is many. And so this breath has the same amount of unknown potentiality for me that dark matter in the universe that we don't know what it's made of and what is it for, that so many things in the cosmos that we don't know how they work. And it's not because we breathe and we have it always there that we know certain parts of it, but we don't know. And when you explore with it and you understand that your intention will have an impact. And when I say intention, I want to clarify, it doesn't mean your state in that moment. You can arrive to that session having a heartbreak, crying in your mind, like saying, oh, he left me, or saying whatever, you know, I'm exhausted or whatever. But you intend for that person a certain opening, and that person gets on that opening, and energy will do the work. The breath will work on the energy, and the energy does the breakthrough. So it doesn't matter your state, it's just the intention that you're holding space for this person to have an energy movement that will create breakthrough.
But you mean your intention as a,
Your intention and their intention, both.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Your
So we
intention
need
and,
to be in a good space to be doing this work.
sorry?
So we need to be in a good and healthy space to be doing this kind of work.
Well, we need just to intend. No, but what I'm saying is that for me, my experience in this, all these years, 15 years doing this, is that when I have come to a session in the worst state possible, not having eaten for 3 days, with a heartbreak, that we broke up with my boyfriend, and I'm like, oh, life doesn't make any sense, and blah, 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 whatever I have going on. And I arrived there, I haven't slept the night before, barely, and I arrived to give that session 3 hours or whatever I have to give, and I intend that this session evolves in the best interest for this person, and the intention and the energy of the breath do the work.
Mhm.
So I don't need to be perfect all the time to show up for this. So there is a difference in between my intention and my state.
Hmm.
So the intention is there always, but my state might be one day not very clear. And I still show up, and I still come, and I have never canceled for personal reasons of saying, I am to this or to that. I always say, I'm doing it. And I know I'm creating with something bigger. I'm creating with the energy that has our solar system rolling throughout the cosmos. I'm creating with the energy that has the galaxies with certain equilibrium, and I could go on and on. So that energy is the one sustaining us on Earth, and is the one I tap into to accelerate processes. Using all these tools that manipulate attention and manipulate the chemistry in the body and helps the breath have more ease to move through you. Okay, I just wanted to say this because it's really important when we are talking about helping people that have low level of energy to know that you're working with something bigger. And that energy will come and create whatever that person needs as a dynamic for their next level.
Mhm.
And I know it sounds crazy, but I am not a person that believes, I'm not a person like a hippie that believes this thing. I'm not in that mindset. And when I go to all these courses, I'm like, oh, don't talk to me like that. Like I am like, when someone comes and tells me, goddess, I'm like, no, don't tell me. I am not at all into that in that way. But life and this my life experience told me this is what it is, and I'm very pragmatical, and it's almost scientific for me because I have seen it so much that everyone that comes gets a breakthrough because there is this. And the more I trust that and let go of my own agenda, the more it flows fast.
Hallelujah.
Yes. Anyway, okay. So I wanted to say that to close because I think it's
I mean, I just want to, as a quick reflection to it, that as I feel this often, and I know that how my rational brain can come in to judge it or say something. And essentially, I think one of the feedback I received from many people, and I see this with you a lot as well, Raquel, that I try to explain this when I talk about it in a very down-to-earth way, and also just invite people to experience themselves.
yes.
And not to like, I also don't like the over woo-woo stuff.
Yeah.
where everything is about that, because I also don't believe that everything is just the Joe Dispenza ways of doing things. It's
Yeah.
one part of it, and I always get a bit reluctant when someone says, "Hey, this is it."
This is the thing. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I agree. I am the same. So yes, yes. And I yeah, it's like that. I agree. And yeah, so it's a matter of doing your own thing, being present there with the person, and knowing that the person, that there is the concrete things you can do to hold space, all these things that we have been studying. It's not like you arrive there and say, made be. There is all this process that you go through, but these processes that you go through are moving energy in different ways. And that part, the mind and the physical body don't grasp it well until they don't experience it.
Mhm.
So that's why I agree so much when what you're saying. And with my clients, I do all the time that. And I receive all the time clients that are closed completely to this. That they sit and say, my wife sent me, I don't believe in anything of this. So what do you have to say? And I'm like, what do you have to say? What do you need help with? I'm too stressed. And oh, okay, come on, let's do this breath. This will help you. And the more they breathe, the more like something changed. Something.
Mhm.
And then the third session, they're like, because I intended this. And I'm like, and I put my, my attention there. And so I saw this, but they understand the reticular activation system. They're not, they
Mhm.
understand it at many levels, not only in a woo-woo level where the thing happened, but they understand also other layers of it that are, for me, are fascinating, that science is catching up.
Mm.
I find we are living in excellent times with science is catching up, and it's allowing us to explain many things that before were not explainable. But
Mm.
I do think there are many things that still are not explainable that will be science in the future too.
Mm.
And I keep working with them because they work for me.
I'm
Anyway,
going to talk to
okay.
ChatGPT about this.
Sorry?
I'm going to talk to ChatGPT about the bandha next session.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I don't know if you have anything, any other.
Next week.
Yeah,
Next week.
next week. Yeah, we'll meet again
Fine.
next week at 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks a
Thank
lot.
Okay, so and practice during the week, okay? Okay. Thank you
Will
so
do.
much.
Thank you.
Have a nice
Bye.
evening.